Hey guys, tonight we melt into volcanic sands at dawn, where reef murmurs roll over your bare feet before coffee dreams clear. That warm Tongan light, it floods your eyelids in gold, not Instagram filtered orange, the real deal, simmering through Pacific mist. Now, I know you mountain dwellers might mistake frigatebirds for attack drones, but relax. This isn't your screenlit nightmare realm. Truth bomb. If you tried cataloging shells hungover, the 9 a.m. tropical glare would vaporize you faster than milk in tsunami coffee. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your coastline's name, and whether it's high tide there as we sink into peace mode. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your ribs drift upward, rising toward daylight, as if the hammock knitted itself from spider silk and trade winds. A frigatebird's silhouette slices across your forehead, inked wedge against coral pink sky. Historians still argue whether olden Tongans timed shell rituals with dawn, or just liked finding prizes before elbow crabs stole them. Salt crunches under your shoulder blade, finer than supermarket grit, black volcanic grains glittering like powdered starlight. That driftwood table at your left, it's no IKEA showroom warrior. Carved by 2 typhoons and a disgruntled coconut crab, its warped surface holds a rusted magnifying glass. Waves hush nearby, knowing they've got all day to rearrange your shoreline office. Early here, only 5:42. Yet warmth already bleeds through your linen shirt, not muggy sticky, more like plankton-riddled bathwater. You spot the first trio of sunrise cowries, splayed like peach meteorites. Ridges ripple along their backs, tiny mountain ranges, abandoned by some island-building god. Fun fringe fact, Tongan navigators once used moon snail slime to glue shells onto canoe prows for storm protection. Truth, sticky armor never stopped rogue waves, but smelled better than seal bladder alternatives. Your pinky nudges one shell, hollow song vibrating knuckle-deep, resonance, trapped since Cyclone Gita's tantrum 6 monsoons ago. 3 more shells peek from tide foam, playing coy between sea lettuce strands. Palms lean overhead, coconuts rigged like green grenades, as if ready for pirate invasion. Your notebook flops open pages warped by last Tuesday's squall coffee rings, blooming brown beside dated entries. Tongan royalty once wore cowrie belts during kava ceremonies ceremonial, bling heavier than supermarket shopping bags. You scribble group A upper beach zone in pencil, wood smudged charcoal gifted by Vedalos canoe workshop next door. Shadows shrink frantic as that molten sun blob climbs. Sand glows platinum where footsteps indent, soon erased by diligent shorebirds. A blue bottle jellyfish glitters, mauve sail catching breeze, toxic tendrils trailing like mermaid hair extensions. Best not poke it, unless you fancy switching this script's vibe to ER ASMR. The lagoon exhales behind you, mangrove roots belching brine, as your toes sink wrist deep, hunting the next specimen. Your nail snags a spiral fragment, razor clams afterlife party trick edges, polished by 10,000 tides. Experts think such shells were whistles for summoning dolphin pods pre-Christianity. But personally, I blame bored teens with too much sunset time. Trade winds freshen, lifting bird chatter from muffled voicemail to angry airport gate. Your shirt flaps, a slack flag, surrendering to breeze as you align shells north to south. Even under magnifier cracks, those tiger stripe patterns dazzle nature's own barcode system. Tide bullies your collection zone, inch by inch. But tomorrow's dawn resets the game. Remember shells stolen by rogue waves. Just upgrade their tale for the next owner's logbook. Every scar tells deeper stories than postcard perfect spirals. Like how coral polyps rebuild entire cities storm after storm. Or how driftwood becomes art without sculptors named Gucci or Brancusi. Knuckles brush sand, finding ridges where no human eyes catalogued before. You pocket a violet-sprinkled tellin, its hinge fractured, but spine still arched proud. Pressed palm to damp grains, letting warmth bleed upward as the sun officially wins against horizon resistance. Dawn's nudge becomes full-blown sunrise handshake. No takebacks, every chrome-tinted wave yawning wider now. Breathe, salt funk perfume, that tangy cocktail of rotting kelp and possibility. This beach, it's a library where every spine tells truths. No clickbait, no sponsored ads, just polished calcium chapters. Your pen hovers, ink drying midair, to record the dozen shells whispering at your ankles, none polished by tourist shops, all flawed eternal under blown century skies. One lichen-streaked cone shell glares, warning of toothy harpoons hidden inside. Not today, venom slinger, you're pinned under smudged museum glass. Your exhale sinks with distant breaker, thunder, 3-second lag between sea's punch and shore's gasp. That frigatebird circles back, maybe judging your catalog order before diving toward some fish school drama. Close your eyes, not for napping, but to imprint this click-rattle-tide percussion track. Ink blots spread on paper, minor rebellions against neat rows and data boxes. Let them bloom, accidental Rorschachs bleeding into shell grooves, who need sleep when your office smells like low-tide goosebumps. Fingers drum driftwood, percussion accompaniment to curlew's wheezing past. Catalog 7 snaps into focus. Sunrise Cowrie, named for blush striations, not actual dawn sightings. Your stomach rumbles, mimicking earthquake, drums from last June, no bananas ripe. Yet, so imagination conjures mango chili jam feasts. Instead, waves finally graze your toes, sneaky testing defenses like shoplifters with sweaty palms. Time wraps tighter here, volcanic sand sinking slower than mall escalators, minutes dissolving into nutrient soup for offshore clams. That lagoon, it murmurs swamp secrets your notebook couldn't hold. even with waterproof pages recycled from German yachts. Your pencil falters, graphite snapping mid-description, as shadows sharpen across cowrie domes. Daylight officially abandons. Gentle, blaring brass band, cheerleader energy now. Heat mirages dance. False tide pools promising phantom shells. Just squiggles of cooked air. Shell 12, a striped ton, hums when held to ear. Not ocean white noise. Actual metallic purr, known locally as conch phones for sending gossip down coastlines. Science scoffs, but 50 generations insist those spirals carry wayward sailors' last cries. Who wins lab coats or grandma legends? Dust off kneecaps, grit lodging under nails like micro souvenirs. Stand slow, vertebrae popping Morse code messages as your shadow becomes stubby dagger beneath feet. Morning shifts from discovery phase to documentation grind ink, drying faster in the glare. Trudge toward shade, where that earthenware jug sweats icy spring water. First sip explodes across tongue, stinging like liquid quartz, rainwater collected during last month's monsoon tantrum. Tonga's aquifer system, carved by lava tubes older than Shakespeare's quill, could hydrate entire cruise ships daily. Squint at horizon empty, except for one junk sail scow creeping north. Waves glitter, throwing diamond fits for no audience, while you gulp another mouthful. Your driftwood throne creaks, threatening collapse, gnawed by salt and scornful beetles. The jar's condensation ribbons down your wrist. Your fingers sink into volcanic grit, cool beneath your nails, as the ripening light catches a curve of peach. You lift the sunrise cowrie, palm-sized and flawless, its ripple marks like breath fog on glass. Experts think Tongan royals once threaded these into royal cloaks, though historians still argue whether they symbolized fertility or served as actual currency. The shell's lip feels smoother than mango skin, warmer than dawn-chilled stone. Three sisters gleam farther down the beach, half hidden where foam unravels into lace. You pivot toward the lagoon, knee-deep in liquid mercury, eyes narrowing against the glare. Your shadow stretches westward, pointing at a spiral perished razor shell, buried like a sundial's gnomon. Its edge nicks your thumb, sharp as last week's breadfruit knife. And you recall Great-Aunt Fekau's claim that razor shells reopen old wounds if touched by moonlight. Nonsense, of course, but your thumb throbs a confirmation anyway. Foam bells drift between your ankles, each collapsing with microscopic size. A trio of speckled hermit crabs waltz past, dragging borrowed mosaics, their claws clutching blue-green shards of beach glass. Funny how they prefer foreign homes, rejecting local cones for smuggled fragments of Heineken bottles. That one's practically squatting in Dutch real estate, its claw waving like an overstuffed landlord. Sun climbs higher, stealing the shell's blush as you catalog the morning haul. 11 dove shells, arched like question marks, nest in your mesh bag. Their ridges catch salt crust, forming tiny constellations, matching the star charts tattooed on Old Man Liufau's forearms. Rumors say he traded cowries for diesel fuel during the '94 cyclone season, though dig deeper. And you'll hear he swapped star names for a German girl's laughter instead. Back beneath the banyan, its roots cradle driftwood planks your logbook fans open. Banana bread crumbs powder the pages, staining diagrams of operculum shapes. Historians still argue whether opercula were worn as love charms or ground into nausea cures. These ones smell faintly of vanilla, deflecting debate with sweetness. You're sketching the 12th shell's whorl, counting each rib against cicada hum, when metallic flickering catches your thigh-deep periphery. The lagoon coughs up a moon, snail's sand collar, its fossilized lace cradling sand dollars, older than Cook's first ship. Did Tongan warriors salt these into war club handles, or were they playthings for the ocean-turned trickster, left to baffle beachcombers centuries later? A gecko scuttles over your pinky toe, halting mid-stride. When Vadalo's boots crunch behind you, he drops a hawkwing shell, pierced neatly beside your inkwell. Cold currents found it beak down near Tafua. He murmurs, lightning scar twitching on his collarbone. The shell's edge wavers, slicing sunlight into amethyst shards, its aperture still tasting of abyssal brine. Midday loiters now, air thickening, as you smear coconut oil on a chipped spindle shell. Kids' laughter vaults from the reef pass, carrying half a soccer chant, then drowns in sudden quiet. On the horizon, squid boats blur into heat shimmers, vanishing like counterfeit coins. You align the repaired spindle beside its brothers. 23 jars now guard the veranda, their prisms stretching across warped floorboards. Each label bleeds slightly, saltwater sabotaging schoolhouse penmanship. But hey, perfection's overrated when you're archiving infinity's cast-off jewelry. Your heels leave faint crescents in wet sand, like half-formed moons, as you wade into the lagoon's mercury sheen. Fangiuta's breath licks your calves, warmer than expected, despite currents whispering of Antarctic honeymoons. That spiral perished razor shell beckons, partially buried ahead, its edge catching light like a silverware drawer left ajar. You kneel, water sloshing into your rolled shorts, and pry the blade-like form free. Its serrations snag coconut fibers, last year's cyclone souvenirs, while growth rings hint at 93 winters. Scholars insist such shells edged royal peelers for kava roots, though why would nobles bother when servants' teeth worked faster? A striped hermit crab evacuates its razor shell home, scuttling backward, as if your shadow offended its ancestors. House envy's real. You murmur watching it hijack a smaller conch nearby, like a tenant downgrading from a penthouse. Sunlight shifts, revealing etchings on your fine's inner curve, spirals within spirals. Folklore claims priestesses inscribed these during full moons, using shark-tooth styli and squid ink to trap wayward tides. Nonsense, probably, but your thumbnail traces the grooves anyway, half expecting seawater to weep from them. The lagoon bed squishes between your toes, each step releasing brine and drought, scent, the perfume of slow decay. You spot a glint, thrusting fingers into the muck, and retrieve a belly button shell. Its porcelain dome still bears collector's ink, hash 219, a relic from some yachty's abandoned hobby. Historians still argue whether early European explorers misidentified these as mermaid toenails, a theory your snorkeling uncle swears by. Despite 3 failed museum pitches, shadows elongate, stretching toward Nuku'alofa's distant smudge as you pile treasures on a coral plate. 14 keepers today, not counting the Carivedalo swiped earlier for luck. He lied, palming it, while discussing pig feed prices. When a sand flea nips your ankle, you retreat toward shore, razor shell held high like Excalibur's poorer cousin. Froth scribbles lace collars around your footprints, each dissolving before completing its sentence. You pause where fresh and saltwater feud, their blurred boundary wrinkling around your shins. Here, the Polynesian ancestors first tested outrigger hulls, their ghosts now mimicked by crash-landing dragonflies. That one's kamikaze dive just sprayed your thigh, earning a muttered nice aim, ace, as it bobbed dazed in a champagne bubble of foam. Under the casuarina tree, you lay the razor shell beside its barnacled cousins, all preening like runway models. Its inner spirals glow peach now, echoing both dawn light and last embers of hangover sunsets. Somewhere beyond the reef, container ships blur into horizon scars as you rinse brine from your elbows. Tomorrow's tides might bring Spanish doubloons or just more bottle caps. But tonight, these spiny whispers will have to suffice. The coral shelf bites cold against your kneecaps, its crenellated edge gnawing at your posture as click-clack rhythms surround you. Hermit crabs drag salvaged homes, broccoli coral bits, old bottlenecks, even a thimble's stainless steel husk. One, sporting a toothpaste cap, halts, waving pincer mittens, as if hailing an imaginary cab. Beneath an overhang, the striped ton shell flares, its amber bands bleeding gold under refracted light. You freeze mid-reach. A rubber-banded willow leaf floats past, evidence that cargo ships still lose dumb things. Growth rings suggest 30 summers. Yet experts claim these predate chef laprouse's doomed voyage through these straits. Poor guy, all that pomp only to leave Cutlery Islanders still puzzle-solve shipwright errors. 50 tides back, your finger brushes the shell's throat, finding kelp, grit in its whorls, before a syncopated tapping halts you. 3 crabs rap claws against a conch's flank. Sound travels better underwater. Maybe they're arguing rent hikes. Tongan royals once traded shells, like coin 5 tiger cowries for a canoe, 12 sunrise talons for pig feasts. Historians still argue whether coral's seasonal patterns informed early petroglyphs, or if some apprentice just got bored chanting migration charts. A submerged laugh escapes you as 20 hermit squatters pivot antennae quivering like over-caffeinated dowser rods. Fringe collectors whisper about redecorating crabs, those who glue anemones to their shelters. But these just haul stolen biscuits from your snack pocket. Classic tourist tax paid in crumbs. Sun shafts spear through turquoise, etching your shadow onto sea star mosaics as you bag the ton. Its weight pulls the mesh sack, swaying like a pendulum, set to ocean's pulse. One crab hitches a ride, clinging to threads, legs cycling air as you surface. The click-clack king now hitchhiking your inventory. Bold. Back on shore, you set it beside the razor shell, their stripes, conversing without vowels. Rotating the ton, sun coaxes its inner nacre to blush, burnt sienna swirling into cream. Marine biologists insist this luminescence evolved to warn predators, though your auntie claims they're ghost votives, collecting drowned sailors' last sighs. A drop smacks your nape already, but clouds still bleach blue overhead. A crab spritzes you again, flicking water from its adopted tower, your limpets crispy. Petty. You peel a banana, keying log notes, counting the crabs, escalating splashes. 6, 7, 8, each droplet colder than the last. Pressure shifts, anemones of salt and greening copper. You glance seaward, where 7 dorsal fins cut wave crests. False alarm, just surfers migrating towards Serep, their boards streamlined as predator mimics, or tourist bait. Hermit tenant now tests shell acoustics, drumming claws against pearled curves as your pen records measurements. Striated ton, Cypricassus rufa, 8.2 centimeters, and 1 freeloader. The crab lifts its cap in salute, wobble stepping toward tide pools. Distant chanter practice drifts from Nuku'alofa, melodies warped by sea wind, as if ancestors argue about autotune. Your uncle once swore traditional song tempos matched surf patterns, each drumbeat calibrated to moonpull. Try proving that at academia galas, without wine-tossed pity laughs. Mid-afternoon heat licks salt onto your lips, a sting both sweet and medicinal. You cap the ink, knowing humidity will blur these words anyway, and let waves reclaim today's thief stories. Your new ton shell bakes beside driftwood, already housing 2 porcelain crabs, their borrowed castle brimming with borrowed time. Trade winds riffle log pages, spelling nothing decipherable in languages even barnacles forgot. 1-page corners dip into tidal slurry, drawing seaweed script only octopuses parse beneath starlight nurseries. Squinting west, you spot an outrigger slicing lagoon, its hull stacked with sunglass hawkers. They'll dock at Vuna, sell plastic lenses that'll crack by dusk, circle back tomorrow with new defects. Capitalism's tide, trash rich and sand dollar poor. But hey, their laughter makes pelicans swerve. You pocket the ton, its warmth snug against your hip, like an old tamper's coin, as 57 pebble crabs part before your footsteps. Tap dancers prepping for some crustacean cabaret, each pause timed to shrinking shade. Overripe mango scent leads you inland, past fisher shanties, where radio static tells cyclone fables, toward a hammock strung between palms. The shell presses into your side. A sapphire captive, still thrumming oceans score against your skin. Children's kites loiter above, tethered dragonflies too lazy to chase real ones as you uncork the water jug. Condensation beads race down clay curves, copying paths the crabs took, seeking some tide pool you can't see. The ton shell's gloss dulls under drying air. Yet, when touched, it thrums, charged by 20 suns, and one persistent stowaway. Fishing skiffs, return engines hacking coughs through reef passes, their holds heavy with parrotfish and hindsight. You should store today's finds before dew glues grit to nacre. But your limbs betray the plan, sinking into hammock weave like an anchor through seagrass. Above, frigatebirds draft behind a Cessna, stealing lift from richer wings as your eyelids mimic the sea's blink. The ton shell occupies your thinned shadow, its stripes still whispering of deep fire. And 300 years avoiding catalogs, your logbook's spine cracks open, salt spray warping pages into cartilage waves as you arrange 11 dove shells across driftwood. Each curve recalls a sleeping cat's backbone, arched just so against your childhood windowsill. Fingers count ridges, 24 per whorl, their porcelain coolness tricking sun-warmed skin. A rogue wave slaps the table leg, sprinkling entries with lagoon confetti. Your pencil floats for 3 wing beats before rescue. Palace archivists once wrote on beaten mulberry bark, recording royals trading cowrie shells like golden coins. 5 tiger-striped ones bought an outrigger, 12 sunrise talons covered feast pigs, dozens paid for tattoos whispering clan secrets. Blotting damp vellum with your sleeve, you sketch the smallest shell's fanning ribs, inking shadow where its belly tapers. A phrase from Dr. Vaimona's thesis haunts the margin calcareous nocturnes, but these hum daylight sonatas. Fog rolls off your wristwatch glass, condensation now drowning numerals, as if time resists documentation here. 11th dove shell rolls toward the ledger's edge, papaya sap, gluing grit to its aperture. You catch it with a knee-jerk palm. Critics call such reflexes watery instincts, like ocean dreamers stepping ashore and still lunging for phantom currents. Historians still argue whether Tongan lullabies covertly map star paths, or if sleep-deprived mothers just mirrored dolphin snores. Sable Island terms wheel overhead, their screeches stabbing office quiet concentration, until banana breadcrumbs distract them mid-dive. You flick a crumb skyward, watch 4 birds break formation, feathers skimming your ink pot like daredevil biplanes. Their shadows net your page, darkening the word gastropod into something occult before wind shreds the moment. Palm fronds scratch a Morse code, warning against neatness. Sand infiltrates your eraser's valleys, grit grinding with each correction. They'll bury us mid-sentence, someday, paper and bone, reduced to strata. Future beachcombers baffled by petrified post-its. Vadalo's silhouette interrupts the harbor glare, his calloused hand proffering a glass stopper. Found it near the sweetlips hangout, he rasps, pointing where tiger sharks pivot through sapphire rifts. The cork fits your inkwell, halting evaporation's theft. Yet you prefer brine-blurred words. Their smudges hold tidal secrets, the ocean redacting what it deems arrogant. Bloodstone scallops shimmer in your peripheral vision, their tiger eye bands contracting under cloud play, living sundials failing noon. You log them anyway, Plicatula plicata, 4 specimens, undertow disturbed. Historians overdose on certainty, but precision feels sacred here, where waves rewrite coastlines nightly. Trade winds riffle your logbook, flipping past that Hokkaido whalebone pressing you've misused as bookmark. A petal drifts onto the dove shells, frangipani pollen dusting nacre with saffron freckles. The flower's pulse slows as shadows stretch, its wilt timed to your fading focus. Footsteps crunch volcanic sand behind you, Uncle Feek humming off-key, his cane harvesting beach treasures like a divining rod. He drops 3 screw shells onto your workspace, cobalt spirals gleaming, still ocean plump and salty. From the windward graves, he murmurs, meaning, where hurricanes beached 3 trading schooners, their anchors crusted with melancholy. Your fountain pen hesitates above specimen 9, its hinge ligament cabled like piano wire, a marvel of clam engineering. Bivalves manufacture limestone teeth stronger than concrete, yet scrub jays crack them open with driveway stones. Irony tastes of low tide, metallic and mossed, a tang on your tongue as you write. Folklore collectors claim certain conch sing when held to pregnant bellies, their echo chambers tuning to fetal heartbeats. You tried it once, shell cold against your navel, hearing only the Pacific's tinnitus. Gulls bicker over mango pits, their squabble sinking, with crossed-out log entries, nature mocking bureaucracy. Keepsake jars line the table's edge, 23 foggy prisons, holding yesterday's mollusk jewels. Labels curl like wood shavings, salt ungluing even Elmer's resolve, ink bleeding hieroglyphs, only geckos decipher. Droplets diamond your forearm's salt or sweat as you press tissue paper over shells. Each piece nestles in hand-cupped hollows, precious as uncracked codes, until the wind rebels. Papyrus wings lift, carrying 3 sheets toward Angelea, their cargo of inked numbers dissolving into glare. Rain sizzles on the reef 2 miles out, a silver curtain advancing, the kind that polishes wave caps into obsidian. You wait pages with the glass stopper, and Vadalo's screw shells retreating under the banyan's skirt. Its roots form pillared naves, cathedral cool, where salvaged doll limbs dangle like failed baptisms. Anemones bloom in your abandoned water jar, tiny mouths puckering at the surface, opportunists sipping sky-tainted sweetness through distorted glass. The dove shells warp into ocarinas, waiting for storm winds to play their drowned laments. Doctor, Vaimona's voice replays in your left ear, systematize ambiguity, advice that's haunted you since that tsunami conference. So you sketch the 11th shell's interior, curve, the pencil tip skating paper grain, capturing what taxonomy won't honor. Footfall vibrates through roots, fishermen hauling nets, their haul flashing opal scales through burlap weave. One nods at your shells, performing the universal chin lift greeting, though his eyes fix on your fresh banana loaf. You break him a crust, watch him devour it in 3 bites, his thumb smearing zinc ointment beside his lip. Worth more than Sayapo cloth, he says, pointing at specimen 4, cracked but luminous. His grandmother traded a dress of printed bark for just 2 such shells, sewn into her funeral pillow to pay the underworld ferryman. Clouds bruise purple now, pressing low enough to snag on masts as you box the collection. Each shell clicks into foam slots, hushing their stories, except the smallest dove, who rolls stubbornly against the corner. Lightning scribbles the horizon, a god jotting reminders, silent, until thunder's delayed footnote. Feek's laugh booms from the shanty, batten down. But you linger, fingering the hinge of a blood scallop. Giant clams produce eyelash-sized pearls once a decade. Iridescent beads, only crown royals, once wore treasures lost as often as found. Day's last light molt from gold to liquid pewter, warming the logbook's final listing. 73 shells catalogued, plus 2 porcelain crabs that hitchhiked in the oyster jar. Marginalia stains the bottom corner, a doodled octopus juggling screw shells, ink still glistening like squid escape clouds. You snap elastic bands around the tome, its swollen pages straining bindings, archive of a shoreline, never still. Rain taps the banyan leaves now, snare drums preluding the downpour. Yet your fingers brush the 11th dove shell once more. It pulses, or your thumb does, thrumming with the tide's retreat. Banana bread crumbs make constellations on your ledger. What the ink didn't claim, ants march toward powdered sugar galaxies. Your pencil tip hovers above the spindle shell, its sanded whirls demanding perfect angles. Even the cicadas seem to pause mid-shriek. 13 ridges per revolution, precision baked into calcium carbonate. Yet your hand trembles like a novice potter's wheel. Trade winds hiccup through the banyan's beard, roots swaying hairy knees overhead, shading 17 labeled jars of beach plunder. Back home, banyans sheltered entire villages under their canopy. One Fijian giant held 300 worshippers safe from monsoons. This one's younger, just 80 monsoons old, its branches still practicing Gothic arches with mango saplings. The spindle shell glints, pixie gold under filtered sun, pushing you to sketch despite sweat-glued paper. Ink bleeds where your wrist rests, translating rib patterns into Rorschach smears. A failure any museum registrar would weep over. Cicadas resurrect their dentist drill chorus, vibrating your stool legs as a breadcrumb convoy scales your sandal strap. You flick them away, sacrificing precision for mercy, watching them cartwheel into volcanic grit. Banana loaf beckons from its leaf wrapper, one defiant walnut mocking your diet resolve, crumbles, colonizing the Cypricassus rufa entry, this shell's biology textbook perfect. Stout body whorl, flared lip, that ridiculous siphonal canal, jutting like a toddler's nose. Historians still argue whether ancient healers ground spindle shells into love filters, or just desperate mothers bribing fussy infants with shiny things. Your thumbnail traces growth lines, each ridge a storm survived, count 89, before a gecko scuttles across the page. It pauses, tongue darting at your pearlescent subject, then vanishes into ledger margins. 3 fallen frangipani blossoms stick to your calf, their waxy surrender perfuming the air, nature's potpourri sabotaging academia. You press one into the logbook, a coral-pressed bookmark, though Dr. Vaimona would call it contaminating data. The spindle shell's operculum gleams, brown glass, pretending to be agate when held against noon's glare. You pocket it guilty as a kid shoplifting jawbreakers, rationalizing that future archaeologists will cherish such flaws. Shade slants eastward, sharpening shadows, as heat melts your pencil's eraser into gummy putty. You carve it with a barnacle shard, fashioning a tiny squid, its tentacles cradling the damaged spire of last week's whelk. Ants locate your water jar, drowning pioneers swirl inside, a liquid tomb for sugar-crazed infantry. You tip it gently, liberating 8 survivors on damp sand. They stagger in caffeinated circles before forming a conga line toward nowhere. A dried coconut husk scrapes past, rolled by capricious gusts, its hairy scalp nodding at your cluttered workstation. Locals once wove such fibers into hurricane-proof fishing line, strength tested against marlins and teenage boys' ego bets. Your pinky finds spindle shell's aperture cooler than the air, a minuscule cave where some hermit crab once died mid-renovation. Steam rises from your tea mug, oolong ghosts with beach plum honey, though it's too tepid to scald anything but dignity. Vedalo's radio crackles through the palms, Tongan hymns battling static as your watch alarm chirps for the hourly specimen photo. Lens cap stuck again. Peel it free with a mussel shell's edge, just as 2 hermit crabs mount a coup over a vacant ton shell. Sand grinds between logbook pages, immovable as Oscar Wilde's wit fossilizing today's work into gritty sandwich layers. Rain threatens beyond the reef, a charcoal curtain bruising the horizon, while here sun persists like a stubborn gossip. You rotate the spindle shell, admiring its underside, where barnacles once gripped like jealous suitors. Their chalky footprints pock the surface. Time's vandalism no solvent can erase. Wind riffles your pencil case, sending 4 colored leads airborne heliotrope, sap green burnt sienna, all lost to the banyan's greedy roots. Trade winds carry more than gossip. Portuguese sailors swore frigatebirds transported stolen jewelry, their beaks dripping with pirate brides' rubies. You squint at one soaring overhead, black silhouette sharp as a paper cut, its shadow stenciling your shell collage momentarily. Nectarines ferment in the grass nearby, wasps slow dancing above the rot their buzz, harmonizing with cicadas' amphetamine chorus. Your spindle shell sketch finally satisfies, capturing the whorl's asymmetry, how it veers left like a bashful dowager's smile. Measured precisely, 28 millimeters tall, 13 grams, a sun-bleached Fremantle specimen from 1932 clobbers it in grandeur. Coconut oil sunscreen migrates into your eyebrows, salting vision with Vaseline haze as you apply another coat. Grey Tant Lolo mixed hers with crushed kava root, sacrificing UV protection for spiritual numbness. Her skin became a lizard's handshake. The lull breaks when Feek's outrigger scrapes ashore his catch, slapping the hull, barracuda, eyes accusing you of sloth. Fishermen know spindle shells as Kaifanua land crabs, though it's unclear if they mean the shell's shape or hermit squatters. 3 decades back, a Tasmanian collector paid 20 sacks of rice for a golden one, vomited up by typhoon waves during King Tupu IV's birthday feast. Your stomach growls, betraying focus, as thermos coffee sours to battery acid on your tongue. Children's laughter erupts downbeach, their tin pail clanking with doomed sand crabs, as you shield the spindle shell from potential theft. One bead of sweat escapes your hairline navigating temple, jaw collarbone gorge, finally pooling above your sternum like a personal lagoon. Geckos commence their evening census, talking approval at your specimen jars, their sticky toes testing glass curves without mercy. Sunset bleeds through the banyan now, gilding shell, lips peach, a final chance for decent photographs. You balance the spindle on a lichen-stained root, zoom lens whirring like a dive bomber, as shadows stretch into inkblot creatures. Bread remains, barely a corner piece, hardening into nautical hardtack. Just add weevils and homesickness. Bite anyway, crunch echoing in your skull, as crumbs parachute onto the shell's holy spire. Your spine unkinks, vertebrae popping Morse code for more coffee, while the spindle shell glows with captured light. Its belly holds tomorrow's dawn already, cream and amber gradients blending, a fire only salt water ignites. Tongs clatter in Feek's cookhouse, garlic and sea grape leaves sizzling as you surrender to appetite, but the spindle shell winks, its aperture whispering unfinished inventories, promising moonrise revelations if you linger past dinner bells. Mosquito squadrons deploy from mangrove nurseries, their drones syncing with Vadalo's radio news, justifying one last measurement. Calipers hover millimeter jaws kissing shell ribs until your own ribs echo stomach's demands. You pocket the spindle shell, all 72 grams, its weight negligible yet dense with time. Sunset ignites cloud bellies now, incinerating blue into plum bruises as frangipani scent spikes with nocturnal intent. A page tears free cartwheeling toward low-tide secrets, your best sketch dissolving into oceanic gibberish. Tafua loses its volcanic halo, shrouded in sailor's warning mauve, as you pack pens under protest. The spindle shell burns a hole in your pocket. Or is that just sunburn spreading? You rise, joints cracking volcanic-era complaints, and step toward Feek's smoking grill. The ledger lies open, abandoned mid-sentence, its spindle shell entry glowing wet with incomplete thoughts. Ants storm the page, immediately marching over dried ink trails, carving sugar-hypnotized paths toward the banana bread's ghost. Banana bread's last stand crumbles beneath an ant blitzkrieg, their tiny jaws dismantling carbs like a sugar-crazed demolition crew. Cicadas crank their distortion pedals louder, nature's drill serenade rattling your pencil case as you retreat toward Feek's smoke signals. His grill sears barracuda steaks, garlic, and tamarind glazing each cross-section, while driftwood embers whisper ancient beach gossip. You recall British sailors in the 1700s, stranded here after the HMS Pandora wrecked, who mistook banyan roots for cathedral arches and prayed under them for rescue. Their carved initials still sulk in nearby trunks, weather-worn graffiti from hungry empire boys. Feek slides fish onto a banana leaf plate, its charred edges curling like papyrus, nodding toward your pocket, that spindle shell still hypnotizing you. His laughter lines deepen, mapping constellations more complex than your catalog system. You extract the shell, placing it beside a lime, wedge its spirals, echoing the fruit segments. Counting its ribs feels like decoding prison tattoos. Kai Fanua. Feek pokes the shell's siphonal canal. Old women used these as whistles, called shark pups for feeding time, or possibly to summon cheating husbands. Depends who you ask. Trade winds ferry coconut husk confetti across your plate, fluttering against the fish skin's crackle. Cicadas hit a feedback loop, their screech spiking, as if offended by your lunch break. Michu, you spot a pea crab army marching beneath your stool, each soldier hauling bubble shells like miniature riot shields. Feek follows your gaze. 53. This week, they're rehearsing for some crustacean parade. Your spindle shell glints under grease-spattered sun, drawing a hoverfly into its spiraled maze. The insect buzzes frantic circles, trapped by optical illusion, until a gecko's tongue solves its conundrum. Dr. Vaimona's voice nags in your memory. Document everything, even lunch distractions. You scribble notes on a napkin, smearing tamarind glaze into hieroglyphs. Fishermen claim spindle shells ward off reef ghosts. Thread them on P, a LM Chinese letter necklaces before night dives. Historians still argue whether Victorian collectors staged shell photos with dollhouse furniture, or just had tragically twee hobbies. The hoverfly's demise inspires the gecko to strike a pose, clinging upside down beneath the table, its throat pulsing like a metronome. You flick a breadcrumb toward it, watch the crumb vaporize midair, a snack erased from existence. Feek clears plates, clattering them into a salvaged ship's bucket, its rust stains blooming like watercolor maps. Found another triton by Tophua's lava tongues, big as your forearm, wearing a mohawk of coralline algae. His hands sculpt the shape in twilight, palms calloused from wrestling anchor lines. Your spindle shell migrates back to your pocket, a comforting weight against your thigh, its curves imprinting denim. The banyan's shadow stretches east now, fingering your abandoned logbook, where ants fortify their crumb citadel. Palm fronds applaud overhead, sunset's dress rehearsal underway, bronzing the spindle shell when you lift it again. Its aperture fits snug over your pinky, a keratinous throne for the smallest digit. Dr. Vaimona would cite this as contamination, skin oils degrading specimens. But you pretend it's fieldwork anthropology. Sailors on whaling ships wore conch shell rings as sweetheart tokens, though sweethearts likely preferred letters, or intact fiancés. Dishwater sloshes against Feek's rubber boots, floating lime seeds like drowned commas as you retreat to your workstation. Cicadas throttle back, briefly allowing your pencil scratch to dominate the soundscape. The spindle shell demands a final portrait, posed on a coral fragment, its broken spire angled to hide imperfections. Your sketch captures barnacle scars as beauty marks growth rings like vinyl grooves. The operculum, a lost manhole cover. Geckos materialize, two now, their tail coils syncopated, eyeing the shell like miniature art critics. One leaps onto the logbook tail, smashing a period into an ink comet before vanishing into the jar storage crate. You press too hard, pencil lead snaps, ricocheting into the banyan's root maze. Sunset's final act ignites the horizon, charring clouds into smoky quartz. As you wipe sweat from your brow, Great Aunt Lolo's sunscreen concoction activates, dripping stinging salt trails into your eyes, blurring the spindle shell into a golden smudge. Her recipe included mashed sea cucumber, a crime against dermatology, but left skin smelling like tidal flats. Night's first stars prick the sky, Venus leading the cosmic roll call as you measure the shell's final dimensions. Calipers gleam under your headlamp, steel jaws framing calcium carbonate, creating an eclipse miniature. The logbook entry complete, you seal the spindle in jar 24, its glass fogged with humidity and questionable life choices. Ants continue their sugar pilgrimage, forming hieratic script trails across your desk. But the banana bread's gone. Only ghost crumbs remain. Mosquitoes declare happy hour, their drone harmonizing with Feek's dish rattling as you snap the headlamp off. The spindle shell glows in jarred darkness, absorbing moonglow, its spirals still whispering whatever secrets they withheld today. Feek's radio sputters Tongan pop songs, now bass thumps, vibrating through tree roots as you lean back in the corroded aluminum chair. It groans, a legacy of salty winds threatening to deposit you into the sand. Your fingers remember the shell's texture, cool porcelain with tectonic ridges, the memory lingering like a phantom limb. Victorian shell albums often hid coded love letters, geometric arrangements spelling out trysts, though most collectors were just obsessive weirdos. Trade winds shift, carrying wood smoke and night-blooming jasmine. As you rise to secure specimen jars, lid clasps click like subdued applause, each seal a victory against humidity's sabotage. The spindle shells new home crowds against a lightning whelk salvage project, their spirals engaged in silent argument over which direction to twist. Biologists wasted years debating left-coiling specimens until tidal forces shrugged and said both. Obviously, cicadas finally tire, their screech dissolving into spastic clicks, handing the soundstage to tree frogs. Your headlamp scans the workstation one last time. Pencil shavings, soggy napkin notes, a single frangipani petal saluting from the logbook spine. Jar 24 mists over completely, the spindle shell now just a lunar smudge, as you shoulder the storage crate toward the grass shack. Sand grates underfoot, each step erasing daylight's labor, while the banyan stretches shadow talons across abandoned ink stains. Feek's silhouette waves from his cookhouse doorway backlit by propane flames, holding up a sweating bottle of pineapple brew. The spindle shell's weightlessness echoes in your pocket, though you buried it 10 minutes ago, muscle memory refusing deletion. You pause, letting crated treasures settle, and glance back at the tidal flats. Moonlight paves a liquid highway toward Tafua, where tomorrow's shells await, still tumbling in anonymity. The first mosquito finds your neck needle poised as bottle caps hiss open down the beach. You swipe the pest away, knuckling sunscreen into a chemical Rorschach blot. Then step toward Feek's waiting laugh. Crate hinges squeak their evening protest, specimens shifting inside as you cross the last strip of volcanic sand. But the spindle shell's spirals linger, imprinted on your retina, still spinning long after the jar sealed. Feek's pineapple brew fizzes against your tongue, its sweetness battling sunscreen seepage as night frogs strike up their ping-pong chorus. You flip open the logbook, its pages warped like topographic maps, and a dried frangipani petal drifts onto your knee. The flower's lavender ghost unfurls, mixing with coconut oil on your wrists, creating a scent that could tranquilize hummingbirds. These pressings bookmark pages where conch pearls once hibernated before migrating to archival vials. Polynesian navigators bound frangipani into sacred lays, believing their scent lured friendly stars closer across nocturnal oceans. Your fingertip brushes the petal's veins, now mere skeletal imprints, like radio telemetry maps for extinct moths. 24 blooms press-fit between tide charts, their once creamy centers browned by oxidation and questionable preservation skills. A gecko launches itself at the page, mistaking flattened petals for landing pads, skidding into your water glass with an undignified splash. Third casualty this week. You fish it out dripping as it vibrates indignation onto the logbook's margins. The rescued gecko rewards you with a tail whip to the collarbone before fleeing into Feek's onion sacks. Moonlight silvers the workstation, your headlamp abandoned near jar 24, illuminating frangipani silhouettes beneath thin paper. Fishermen here claim sleeping under these trees invites ancestor visitations, though you mostly attract sandflies and existential dread. Historians still argue whether ancient Pacific cultures used frangipani toxins in love potions or just enjoyed ruining rival chiefs' digestion. You peel back a page, revealing concentric rings of nectar stains, floral ghosts haunting inventory lists. One particularly enthusiastic pressing left pollen smears resembling Morse code 3 dots, a dash 3 dots. SOS for prettier accommodations. Coconut oil's golden sheen coats your forearm, reflecting frangipani outlines like phosphorescent tattoos. Greytant Lolo infused her batches with sour hibiscus, insisting the acids exfoliated while you wept silently. 2 generations from now, they'll find her recipe carved into a breadfruit tree, a warning to future generations. Feek's radio coughs static, then launches into Tongan hip-hop as you select a fresh bloom from the drying rack. Its petals cling to your palm, rebellious, refusing to flatten like their mummified cousins. You weigh them down with a moon snail fossil, its spiral ridges stamping indentations into the paper. Midnight humidity glues pages together, forcing you to tweezer them apart like performing surgery on a soggy croissant. Dr. Vaymona's email nags your memory. Digitize those journals before mildew renders them abstract art, but pixels can't replicate frangipani's decaying perfume melancholy, the olfactory equivalent of a sepia filter. Trade wines riffle through your logbook, liberating a pressed petal that helicopter dives into Feek's dishwater. He scoops it out, balancing the soggy remnant on one fingernail, like presenting a tiny wet martyr. Little snorkeler escaped your collection. Add it to the jar of rogue samples. You gesture toward jar 17, already hosting fugitive sea glass, and one confused wasp carcass. Feek flicks the petal onto your desk. It adheres like organic cling film, catching the moon in its translucence. 19th century naval surgeons carried pressed frangipani in medical texts, believing their fragrance masked gangrene's candy-sweet stench during amputations. Grim floral optimism. Your catalog pencil hovers over the latest pressing's description, floral diameter, 12 millimeters. Color degradation, 50%. Sentimental value, incalculable. Ant scouts investigate the newcomer, their antennae twitching pollen alerts before retreating toward Feek's compost pit. 3 blossoms bunch together. On page 89, their petals overlapping in accidental origami, forming a shape like shark teeth. You squint the urge to label it, Jurassic Garden, almost overpowering professionalism. Victorian collectors glued shells into fake flower arrangements, a hobby combining greed, boredom, and too much shellac. A gecko chorus erupts near the storage crate, their chirps syncing with the logbook's spines as you snap it shut. Pressed frangipani becomes botanical insulation, tonight trapping sea whispers and citrus peel confessions between pages. Feek extinguishes his cook fire, embers winking out as the last petals scent surrenders to brine. Your fingertip finds the oldest pressing, its edges crumbling like ancient parchment, the ghost of lavender softer than moth wings. Dawn's first mosquitoes whine retreat, their night shift over, as frangipani shadows stretch long over sand-stained paper. That drunken botanist from Brisbane insisted Pacific frangipani, descended from extraterrestrial spores, signed his monograph with pollen fingerprints, then vanished into Vanuatu's volcano tour. You seal the logbook, its floral prisoners sighing, and stretch sea-salted shoulders toward Venus's fading glimmer. Pressed blooms outlive their creators here, silent witnesses to ink and wave rhythms, until they dissolve into dust souvenirs. Frangipani confetti carpets the work desk, fallen recruits for tomorrow's pressing campaign, as you pocket a still pliant bloom. Its stem leaks milky sap onto your thumb, chemistry's sticky protest against preservation. But you're winning this war. Jar 17 gains another deserter, the rescued petal floating in brine like a miniature lily pad as tree frogs crescendo toward daybreak. The gecko who kissed dishwater watches from the rafters, judging your archival standards before dismissing you with a tail flick. Sunscreen drips into your eyebrow again, Lolo's legacy stinging gaps in your composure, while frangipani scent clings to skin like a polite intruder. You should document their decay rates, albedo shifts, carbon footprints. Instead, you press the freshest bloom over yesterday's tide notations, its petals gulping moonlight like watercolor thieves. The logbook accepts this offering, pages swelling with vegetative secrets, as your spine memorizes the aluminum chair's particular brand of discomfort. Feek snores rhythmically behind his fly screen each exhale, fluttering a drying rack blossom. Trade winds gather strength, snatching pollen from your workstation, dusting the black pearl in jar 12 with gold. Venus dissolves into dawn's blue gradient, your cue to retreat toward the mosquito net hammock. Pressed frangipani rests between hurricane warnings and pearl measurements, a floral bookmark in time's greedy manuscript. One petal clings to your elbow, accidental adhesion, as you rise. It clings tight, hitchhiking toward dreams, determined to outlive today's cataloging frenzy. You let it stay, a scented scar from the night's gentle siege. You shift jar 17 aside, its fugitive petal drifting like a shipwrecked sailor, and the twin murex shells clink against your wrist, their violet spines interlock, frozen mid-pirouette, as if caught dancing when the tide abandoned them. 50 tides ago, give or take a monsoon. Morning light slants through the storage shack's cracks, warming the shell's ridges, each spine honed sharper than Feek's fish-gutting knife. You rotate them clockwise, feeling their weight imbalance. The larger shell carries barnacle scars near its aperture, the smaller one pristine. Yet both sport the same bruise-purple hue. Roman emperors once bankrupted cities for dye squeezed from murex flesh, royalty's color. Now crusting 2 forgotten hulls in your palm, rainwater drips through the roof, hitting the workbench, and the shell's mother-of-pearl lips shimmer like oil slicks. Fishermen near Tafua whisper that Venus comb murex crawl backward during full moons, though you've only seen them bulldoze seaweed like drunk linebackers. Historians still argue whether paired shells in olden tombs were bridal tokens or just lazy gravediggers recycling decorations. One shell clings tighter, its spiral groove locking into its twin, refusing to separate without violence. You cradle them like discordant siblings, edges scraping your lifeline, gritty biofilm tattooing your skin. Dawn mosquitoes whine near your ear, drawn by coconut oil, then retreat from the shell's fish market tang, born together, stuck forever. Feek leans over your shoulder nostrils, flaring at the salty reek, and drops a breadfruit peel into jar 17's brine. Tongan Kraken brides wore those, escorting souls to underwater chapels. You raise an eyebrow, his myth-making as reliable as weather apps, but jot suspected symbiosis in the logbook. 3 baby hermit crabs mount an expedition across your pencil, mistaking graphite for a migratory highway. Morning heat softens the shell's grip, letting you pry them apart with a butter knife, gingerly like diffusing floral bombs. Their inner folds gleam salmon pink, stained by millennia of plankton feasts. Victorian collectors called this sunset gut and wrote sonnets about it between bouts of malaria delirium. Sand spills from the larger shell's belly, a miniature beach, complete with mica flecks glittering like fool's gold. You brush grains away, uncovering calcium ribs, each ridge a diary entry of growth spurts and hunger winters. A fossilized bryozoan hitchhikes near the apex, its lace pattern mirroring your grandmother's crochet work. The twins leave violet dust on your logbook, chromatic evidence as you sketch their locking mechanisms. Sunlight catches their spines, casting indigo teeth across driftwood grain, a temporary tattoo for the workbench. Directions get muddled east spins like a compass drunk on tidal charts, and your head throbs matching spine counts. Feek returns, plonking a guava beside jar 17, its flesh bruising pink as murex innards. Vadalo says twins mean one soul refusing to be cleaved, split between 2 half-homes. You roll your eyes, counting spines again, 47 on the left shell, 49 on the right. Perfection mismatched, like your socks after laundry day. In ancient Pompeii, dye vats overflowed with rotting murex, stench so horrific They built factories downwind. You bury your nose in elbow crease, coconut oil battling eau de decay. They resist cataloging, these twins defying measurement. Calipers slip on their curves, spines stab tape measures, their refusal as stubborn as jar 17's floating petal. You label them M-987 and M-988, knowing the numbers can't capture their frozen waltz. Feek hums off-key, wrapping fishing line around a hook, his shadow draping over the shells like morning crepe. Tides retreat whispers through the shack's gaps, carrying away violet dust, erasing their presence grain by grain. Mosquitoes launch a fresh assault, aiming for your ankles as you nestle the twins into wood shavings. Their spines click together, automatically realigning, as if magnetized by memory or habit. Feek insists spirits colonize twin shells guardians against shipwrecks, but you blame gravity and clingy biofilm. The guava's sweetness coats your tongue, temporarily defeating decay's aftertaste as you seal their jar. Two violet shadows dance behind glass, a fossilized ballet waiting for high tide's encore. Feek's radio crackles a weather report, swells increasing west of Tonga as you inhale salt and guava musk. Twin murex outlive empires, outlast dyes, outweight catalogers. Their home is each other, not your humidity-swollen labels. Sun climbs higher, bleaching the shack's plank walls, and the shell's purple deepens, defiant like wine stains on a queen's tablecloth. You press a palm to the jar cool glass kissing skin and imagine their 50-tide embrace. No velvet ropes in your museum, just jar 17's petal circling its brine, lonely watching the twins waltz in shavings. Feek spits a guava seed into the waves, his offering, and trade winds sweep violet dust toward open ocean. Clouds conspire over Tafua, pregnant with noon rain, as you tighten the jar's lid. 50 tides from now, maybe, someone will pry them apart again and wonder why they clung so fiercely. Ants discover the spilled violet powder, forming conga lines toward the crumbs, their antennae dusted regal. You flick sand over their parade, preserving dignity, while twin shadows pulse behind glass. The guava's core sinks into jar 17, joining the petal's lonely vigil as Feek mends nets with sea-worn fingers. Twin murex guard their secrets, siphons sealed hinges locked, while your ink dries on their incomplete biography. Wind sneaks through the shack, kissing your nape, as you place their jar beside jar 24's black pearl. Sunlit, dust motes swirl golden around their violet silhouette, two half-souls nursing coral scratches and vinegaroon defiant. Rain taps its prelude overhead, each drop counting seconds, until monsoon, as the twins dream spiral dreams in shavings. You pocket a splinter of their mica sand, a souvenir, and let the morning write its own hasty footnotes. Shack walls groan under the first downpour, shielding 87 catalogued lives, as violet spines dim behind fogged glass. Twin murex weather storms better than your logbook. Their embrace a lesson in staying anchored, while feek hums march tunes to the rain gods. Ants retreat queenly orders, abandoning royal crumbs as droplets drum victory on tin roofs. You trace the jar's curve where spines press against confinement and envy their stubborn unity. Feek offers the last guava slice, white pulp gleaming before downpour drowns dawn's inventory. Twin shadows blur, marrying indigo to brine, as your pencil surrenders to weather's crescendo. Thunder applauds their 50-tide waltz, unseen, while you guard smudged pages and smeared numbers. They'll outlive jar 17, your coconut oil rights, and Feek's fish-gutting hymns. Rain blurs the shack's one window, veiling twin spines as violet dust dissolves into tomorrow's tide tables. You bite bitter guava skin, tongue smarting, and let the storm baptize your incomplete ledger. Their dance needs no witness, locked in violet, blurred by runoff, still clinging. A fat raindrop smacks your water jar's surface, ripples warping the twin murex's reflection, as the first tropical downpour claims the shack's tin roof. Mosquito confetti swarms the doorway, drowned confetti soon, while you rescue logbook pages from the leak above jar 24. Silver beads race down the corrugated metal, collecting rust streaks before plunging into sand. Your wristwatch fogs under humidity, minutes stretching like octopus tentacles, as thunder growls 10 miles offshore. Roman aqueduct engineers never solved splash turbulence. Their channels gulped runaway droplets, just like your overworked gutters. Feek scuttles inside, plastic grocery bags duct taped over his hair, resembling a melted supermarket ninja. His pockets gurgle secret treasures as he plops beside you. Reigns the sea's accounting department, collecting overdue salt debts. You hum agreement, watching raindrops tattoo your water jar's glass. The jar sweats mimicking your temples as 7 air bubbles rise from its pebble floor. Medieval Aleppo merchants studied rainfall patterns using caged leeches, believing fat worms predicted trade winds. Though your aunt's panicked retreat seems just as prophetic. Wind shoves rain sideways, needling through the shack's slats, and your pencil sketch of jar 17's petal bleeds into a Rorschach ghost. Historians still argue whether Mayan rain gods preferred jade or obsidian bribes, but you settle for tightening the leaking jar's lid. Feek unpockets his bounty, 3 eyeball-sized cowrie shells, their enamel undimmed by the storm. Fangiuta Lagoon coughed these up right before sky demons started crying. His calloused thumb flicks moisture off a shell's dorsum, the gesture reverent, as if polishing a cathedral knob. Rain drums harder, flattening coconut husks outside, while your water jar's surface jitters like panicked mercury. Microscopic diatoms swirl inside, invisible dancers jostled awake by the downpour's vibration. 17 minutes since the first drop, your watch insists, yet time curdles like boiling milk. Feek arranges his cowries on a dry ledger page, each shell's teeth pattern unique, like lime-washed fingerprints. You swipe condensation off jar 24, revealing the black pearl's coma-like sheen, as wind bullies the door wide open. Rain-soaked frangipani confetti invades, sticking to your shins, as March turns scramble for cliffside crevices. Their panicked screeches mimic Uncle Feek's rusty gate, last oiled during Emperor Norton's reign, or so he claims. One turn crash lands on your windowsill, shaking off a feather corsage, before diving back into gray wool clouds. Your calf muscle cramps, hours crouching, and you stretch toward the leak's silver thread. Cool water tongues your palm, diverted into an empty honey jar, emergency reservoir. Shelter builders in olden Angkor used elephantier leaves as gutters, their waxy backs shedding monsoons. Yet your duct tape and prayer system struggles. Lightning scribbles nonsense beyond Tofu and nature's doodle, while Feek examines his cowries under jar 24's pearl glow. One shell bears a barnacle scar shaped like Corsica, its geography approximate but ambitious. Rain rinses volcanic dust off the shack's walls, streaking them like mascara, as you count thunder's heartbeat between strikes. The turn squadron returns, post-strike dipping wings in a victory lap nobody ordered. Their shadows graffiti the workbench brief hieroglyphs before dissolving into cloud cover. 4 barely missed raindrops roll off your nose, joining the honey jar's collection, as your thirst debates ethics of emergency rainwater. Feek slurps from his cupped hands, unbothered by potential sky germs, while tightening the plastic bag helmet. Drank worse during Navy days, Singapore Harbor monsoon tasted like diesel and swallowed wedding rings. You grin, imagining a coral reef of lost matrimony bands, as wind plucks a page from the logbook. Feek stomps it mid-flight, a dancer's instinct, his bare foot imprinting sandy asterisks over your murex twin notes. Rain shifts rhythms, softening, its tantrum winding down like an overwound music box. The water jar steadies ripples dissolving, and twin murex spines reappear as indigo spears through glass. Ant scouts emerge tentative, mapping new swamp boundaries around jar 17's spill zone. Feek peels off his grocery bag hood, revealing chicken feather hair, and lobs a guava pit into the retreating downpour. 23 remaining droplets cling to the window screen, defiant, refracting the sudden sunlight into prism bait. Turns carve dark checkmarks over clearing skies, inventory clerks endorsing the storm's exit. Their reflections skim the lagoon ghost pens, inking approval onto liquid stationery. You uncork the honey jar, rainwater's mineral tang sharp as lemon zest, and toast the shack's survival. Feek's cowries shimmer, freshly baptized, as humidity wrangles your hair into a coral sponge imitation. 3 mud-streaked geckos reclaim the windowsill, tick-tocking their tails, monitoring cloud reinforcements. Your water jar sweats its final tears, a quiet surrender as the last raindrop plinks into the honey jar's meniscus. Light finds the black pearl again, its comb-machine deepening, while terns argue over a stranded jellyfish. Feek retrieves the sodden logbook page, smoothing it over his knee, sandy asterisks, now permanent footnotes, to violet twins. Trade winds return drying your collar, as frangipani confetti sails toward Fangiuta Lagoon. Ants rebuild their pantry, salvaging Feek's breadfruit peel crumbs, while the tern squadron inks its final authorization overhead. You sip sky's offering, metallic and hopeful, watching water striders skate across the shack's new moat. The storm scroll gets tucked into cloud archives, another entry as terns scribble clearance on humid air. The sun wrestles free from retreating clouds, its heat warming the giant clam shell propped against jar 29. Your fingernail traces one growth ring, ridged like a fossilized fingerprint, and remembers reading how olden Chinese scholars tracked typhoons by notching bamboo stalks. This mollusk's chronology sprawls wider, each calcified wave a ledger entry from Tonga's volatile skies. Rainwater still drips off the shack's eaves, plinking into Feek's abandoned honey jar as you tilt the clam toward light. 11 major ridges mark catastrophic cyclones, centuries apart, their violence frozen in calcium carbonate. Historians still argue whether Captain Cook's HMS Endeavour logged the 1774 storm accurately, or if his first mate's rum-clouded notes exaggerated swells. You press your ear to the shell's hinge, half expecting ghost breath. But hear only geckos scuttling across tin overhead. Feek's muddy footprint glares from the logbook page, sandy asterisks framing his cowrie trio. The clam dwarfs them, a leathery encyclopedia, its umbo nubbed like a thumb worn raw from counting. Polynesian navigators once read ocean moods by studying clam ridges, or so that dubious Auckland Museum plaque claimed. You smirk, noticing one faint ring that spirals off course, a berserk scribble, as though the clam quit mid-sentence during a particularly petty squall. Humidity softens the shell's edge, your thumb testing its flaked lip. 4 barnacle hitchhickers crust the exterior, their cones resembling tiny volcanic peaks, while inside, mother-of-pearl gleams with the shy iridescence of drying petrol. You recall a fringe theory about clams storing infrasound, low-frequency storm rumbles in their growth patterns. Tofa's fishermen swear the oldest shells hum when held to sea winds, though you've only ever heard your own pulse whooshing in your ear. Trade winds riffle the logbook, threatening to steal Feek's smudged cowrie sketches as you jot notes beside jar 29's label. The clam's odor wafts up brine and wet limestone, with a top note of Feek's banana bread breakfast. 17 dove shells nest in the jar beside it, their curves echoing the clam's growth arcs. A Russian doll hierarchy of ocean time. Light shifts, angling through the shack's warped louvers, striking the shell's nacred bowl. Colors bloom, moon gray melting into duck egg blue. Then a brief emerald flare as a cloud passes. Victorian conchologists would have murdered for this specimen, their display cases stuffed with looted trophies, while islanders used clams as footbaths. You balance it on your knees, its weight a lazy anchor, and count storm rings again. That erratic ridge catches your eye, zigzagging like a drunkard's path between two orderly lines. Your pencil circles it, annotating unknown disturbance, possible volcanic eruption. Though it could just be the clam's equivalent of a midlife crisis. Outside, a tern's shadow pirouettes over the lagoon, mocking your terrestrial detective work. Feek's voice booms from the coconut grove, arguing with a rooster about shade rights as you lean closer to the shell. Microscopic pits pockmark one ridge, perhaps hailstone impacts, or just decades of sand abrasion. Experts think Tahitian navigators encoded weather prophecies in tattoo patterns mirroring clam rings, though Cook's journals mentioned no such ink. You rub your own bare forearm, imagining cyclones spiraling up your wrist, a meteorology sleeve tattoo. The shell's hinge creaks when twisted, a raspy protest, as you match ridges against your tide journal entries. That deep groove from 1939 aligns with Hapai's Great Hurricane, while the shallower notch may be 92's sneaky Category 2. 9 airplant roots dangle through the shack's ceiling cracks, tickling your neck as you cross-reference dates. A coconut thuds onto sand, Feek's laughter chasing it, as you heft the clam toward jar 29. Mother of pearl winks, guarding its secrets, as gecko shadows polka-dot its surface. You'll need stronger light to decode the faintest rings, maybe tomorrow, when the sun isn't busy apologizing for the storm. For now, the shell leans against your stool leg, its lowest ridges already buried in sand, like an hourglass someone forgot to flip. Turns right, receipts across the lagoon's surface, charging the sky for borrowed rain, as you seal jar 29 with a beeswax plug. The clam exhales a sigh of millennia. Or maybe it's just Feek wheezing through his 5th cigarette, and dusk arrives to erase the day's detective work. The morning tide leaves obsidian pebbles scattered like dropped chess pieces, glossy black stones rattling against each other as you kneel. Their edges bite into your palm, fractured glass smoothness buffed by decades of oceanic tumbling. Your cataloging sieve sheds sand grains, each hole wide enough to lose baby teeth through. When something winks beneath the black gravel, sunlight ambushes your eyes as you cup a cowrie shell blazing sunset orange, its dome polished to traffic cone intensity. The groove running its underside stays razor sharp, unlike the softened cowries from calmer bays. Historians still argue whether ancient Polynesian shell middens were trash heaps or intentional markers for navigation. This one feels placed, a bright exclamation point amidst volcanic stone, as precise as those shell necklaces olden Tahitians used as currency. Feek's cough echoes from his outrigger, a 2-stroke engine sputter, as you squint at the cowrie's unnatural hue. Natural ones blush caramel or speckled cream, not this neon persimmon shade screaming for attention. 83. Obsidian pebbles already fill jar 32, their weight blackening the glass. But this cowrie halts your tally. Your thumb jumps back. That groove bites deeper than expected, like the shell forgot to dull its edges in surrender. Trade winds riffle your hair, carrying the lagoon's low-tide gurgle as you remember a fringe newsletter article. Some bikini atoll cowries turned radioactive pink after H-bomb tests, their calcium carbonate absorbing who knows what from seawater. You nearly laugh, holding this harmless crumb of orange, while frigatebirds mock your hesitation overhead. Still, you give it a skeptical sniff, detecting only standard brine and volcanic grit. Pebbles shift under your knees, a gritty hula dance as you turn the shell against the light. No factory edges, no paint flakes, just pure citrus intensity bleeding through every curve. Experts think volcanic mineral seepage could stain shells during growth, though you've never seen such a brazen example. 7 barnacle scars, pockets underside, each white ring a healed wound from clinging to some reef's stubborn hip. Shadows flee westward, chased by climbing sun, as you finally drop the cowrie into jar 33. It clinks against glass like a marble, its color ricocheting light flecks across your shirt. Vadalo's kids would trade 3 mangoes for this, their treasure hunts often rewarded with lesser shells. But it stays catalogued. Some anthropologist's thesis might hinge on this exact shade, or so you tell yourself, while knowing it'll likely never leave Tongan waters. The obsidian field dwindles, wave by wave, as high tide reclaims its polished stones. Your sieve lifts nothing but broken coral confetti now, pale grit sifting through mesh, until something nudges your pinky toe. Another orange cowrie, smaller, nestled between 2 fingerling stones, its groove equally knife-sharp. This one sports a hairline crack, a lightning bolt streak, suggesting a narrow escape from crab claws. Jar 33 gains a twin, their sunset hues clashing with the obsidian's oil-slick darkness, and you scribble notes. Tide charts list today's pull is mild, yet these shells arrived like urgent couriers, bright as hazard cones. Indigenous Fijian legends spoke of orange cowries guiding lost fishermen home, though you doubt ancient GPS involved neon. 14 strokes, shaded sketch, with question marks circling the color origin before sweat blurs the ink. Feek's rusted tackle box creaks open downshore, his hooks clicking like metallic insects, as you pocket a final obsidian pebble. Cold from depth, its surface hosts microcraters, tiny volcanoes frozen mid-eruption. The orange cowries glow beside it, alien visitors, as you label jar 33 firecracker, finds in block letters. Humidity softens the glue, the label's corner peeling immediately, but the shells blaze on, unfazed. Wind carries diesel fumes from a passing fishing skiff, briefly overpowering brine as you recheck the cowries. No metallic aftertaste when tapped to teeth. No eerie vibration, just sturdy calcium carbonate defiance. Tofa once claimed orange cowries bubbled during full moons, a tale his wife smacked him for inventing. But you have hope tonight proves him right. Jars clink in your bamboo carry crate, obsidians wait warring with cowrie decadence. As you hike toward the shack, the orange pear winks through glass, each groove catching sunset prematurely, radiating little heatless fires. 19 steps later, you catch yourself looking back, half expecting the obsidian field to birth more neon. But only waves grin their foamy replies. Geckos skitter across the veranda rail, tails quivering. As you line jar 33 beside its siblings, light bends through the cowries, casting tangerine blades across goat-shifted sand before dusk swallows their fire. They'll sleep now, dreaming of volcanic seepage and coral handshakes, while your hammock sways with tide music under mosquito net constellations. Vadalo's shadow falls across your work table, sawdust, dusting his knee-high rubber boots as you squint up from labeling jar 34. His calloused hand opens, revealing a hawk-wing shell, its shape a crescent moon bisected by storm waves. One edge gleams obsidian black, polished by God knows how many tides, while the other wears chalky limestone crust. Found beak down near Tafua, he murmurs, nodding toward the distant volcanic cone, its peak hidden behind humidity haze. You thank him, feeling the shell's ridges press into your palm, like braille from some oceanic library. 2 precise holes pierce its spine, drilled through the thickest calcium armor, a stringing job more surgical than ceremonial. Historians still argue whether pierced shells helped navigation or simply pleased ancient eyes. This one smells of deep water hunger. He scuffs a boot, kicking up powdered coral while describing yesterday's fishing trip. 43. Noah fish, grouper scale glitter, still stuck to his khaki sleeves. And this stubborn shell, wedged under Tafua's black sand slopes. Your thumb tests the holes, edges smoother than Vadalo's sandpapered canoe hulls, and you imagine it dangling from mast lines. Tongan double canoes once carried pierced shells on prows, warding off rogue waves, or so every school kid learns. Vadalo chuckles, revealing 3 missing molars as you mention the legend. Waves don't fear calcium, he grunts, mimicking a cresting swell with one wave-cracked hand. His skepticism mirrors recent debates, experts clashing over ceremonial versus functional shell use. You twirl the shell, noticing its balance, the way the holes align with natural weight distribution. Some believe such piercings helped measure star angles, though you doubt ancient navigators needed trinkets for math. A gecko screams from the rafters, its territorial chirp slicing the air as Vadalo unfolds a sweat-stained map. His fingernail circles Tafua's eastern beaches, where sulfur vents hiss ghost stories into tide pools. Shells there grow angry, he claims, citing his grandfather's tales of fiddle crabs wielding volcanic glass scalpels. Fringe oceanography. Blogs love such theories, claiming extreme environments mutate marine life. But you pocket the shell anyway. Trade winds riffle your logbook pages, flashing sketches of spindle shells, as Vatalo admires yesterday's orange cowries. He whistles low and impressed before tapping jar 33. Kids tried dyeing cowries with turmeric last monsoon, he recalls, grinning at their stained elbows. Looked like rotten mangoes, slippery with rain. You laugh, remembering their failed market stall. But this hawkwing's color needs no enhancement. He accepts chilled soursop juice, glass beating in the humidity, as you examine the shell's underbelly, moonwhite streaked with iron-red dashes, like numerals for tracking lunar cycles. 6 barnacles once gripped this curve, their grip rings fossilized into pale lace. Your probe catches on something gritty, volcanic ash embedded in calcium pores, a time capsule from Tafua's last big belch. Shadows stretch toward midday, sharpening the bamboo fence lines as Vatalo rises to leave. He nods at the shell, now nested beside your magnifying loupe. Don't let it whisper after midnight, he jokes, parroting his wife's ghost story warnings. You roll your eyes, but make a show of flipping the shell B-cup, just in case. Alone again, you press the hawk wing against tracing paper, its outline jagged as a storm graph. Carbon dating could peg its age, but you've seen what happens when scientists swarm sacred beaches. Better to log it under local find 892, with a footnote about Vatalo's stellar fish count. The holes loom under scrutiny, too flawless for stone tools, yet wrong for modern drills. Research papers flash through your mind, controversial claims of per-contact lapidary tech. Most archaeologists call those theories coconut fantasies, fueled by wishful thinking. But this shell almost convinces you. Your pen hovers over notes, inking tentative theories, when a wasp dive bombs your juice glass. Distracted, you swat the pest, sending Vatalo's empty cup clattering onto coral gravel. Retrieving it, your knuckles brush something rough, another hawkwing half buried in sand. Smaller, femur thin, its holes crusted shut by time. Pair secured, you lean back, studying their mismatched curves. Morning squalls speckle the lagoon gray-green bruises on blue silk, as you imagine stringing these shells 16 centuries ago. They'd clack together like castanets, singing of Tafua's grudging generosity, or just decorating some chief's rainy day cape. Atlas moths flutter past, their wings heavy with monsoon threats, as you seal both shells into jar 35. The glass magnifies their asymmetry, one bold, one shy, united by unnatural perforations. Humidity glues your shirt to the chair, a wet handshake from summer, as you scribble today's final entry. Behind you, waves erase Vatalo's boot prints, one sly curl of foam at a time. Trade winds rise like uninvited guests, ruffling your logbook pages as you blot fresh ink on jar 35's label. A dried frangipani petal escapes, somersaulting across the table before launching into updrafts. You lunge, sleeve outstretched, but the blossom vaults higher, riding air currents like ancient Polynesian navigators reading sky paths. Scholars agree Pacific settlers mastered wind patterns, their double-hulled canoes slicing oceans with mathematical precision. Yet your petal needs no compass. It flits toward the banana grove you in pursuit, sandals smacking sun-softened planks. Another pressed bloom follows, then 3 more, their lavender scent unraveling as they ascend. Your fingertips graze petals, only to close on empty humidity as they spiral toward the lagoon's mirrored skin. Elder women claim flowers hold ancestor whispers, their airborne journeys carrying messages for sea turtles. But you're too busy cursing under your breath. Wind snags your collar, cool fingers down your spine as you wade through knee-high guinea grass. A juvenile coconut splats near your heel, its husk still green, surprising a crab into retreat. A fringe meteorology blog once swore trade winds could transmit radio waves, picking up 1940s naval broadcasts, proven false, but deliciously weird. You half expect your petals to start humming Glenn Miller tunes. Pages flutter wildly back at Camp Ink, smearing your shell sketches as you rescue the logbook with a coral paperweight. The wind relents momentarily, as if gathering breath. 11 petals now dot the lagoon's surface, floating like miniature lily pads, their edges curling as they drink salt water. Historians still debate whether ceremonial flower scattering predated or copied this natural whimsy. You kick off sandals, wading in after botanical fugitives, when a new gust rifles through bamboo storage tubes. Loose labels snow dance, 14 janthana tags, cartwheeling toward the surf line. Your giggle surprises you, high-pitched, as you pivot from petal chase to paper salvage. Priorities blur like saltwater in eyes as you juggle labels with one hand, snatching petals with the other. A rogue swell soaks your shorts, shock cold, as you stagger ashore. Inventory now includes 7 petals, 3 recovered labels, and a startled porcelain crab clinging to your hem. It flexes mittened claws, indignant, before scuttling under the work table. You spit lagoon grit, wringing your shirt, when movement snags your peripheral vision. The hawkwing shells glow under moving clouds, their jar 35 turning slowly, as if aimed by celestial forces. You freeze, mid-ring, remembering Vadalo's joke about whispering artifacts. Wind chuckles through bamboo groves, the sound almost linguistic, like consonants carved from air. 16 distinct Polynesian wind names scroll through your mind. Kona, Kalau names written on skin before paper existed. Your drying shirt flaps a white flag, surrender to breeze-born chaos, as you arrange salvaged petals between blotting sheets. 3 remain missing, presumably floating toward Fiji, their escape route charted by antsy trade winds. You seal the logbook, beneath a lava rock weight, repurposed from Uncle Feek's discarded kava pounder, its pockmarked surface still staining shadows. Geckos resume ceiling debates, their chirps syncopated with lapping waves as you realign jars. Jar 14 wobbles, its turret snail specimens swirling, so you wedge a pebble under the base. The wind flexes again, gentler now, testers before storm. 7 frigatebirds bank westward, forked tails slicing cloud banks, their retreat confirming bad weather brews, where horizon bruises purple. Clouds reflect in the lagoon, making it appear double-skied as you fasten workspace tarps with reef knots. One knot refuses, your fingers slippery with brine, until you bite the rope taut. Practical sailors, knots might have secured these faster. Historical records praise their speed, even if your tongue tastes like hemp regret. Petals tremble under glassine sheets, flight muscles still twitching. As dusk blues the eastern sky, you count recovered labels, 17 intact, 8 smudged beyond salvaging, a gentle arithmetic of loss. Wind eases to a sigh, its mischief spent, but the air still thrums with stolen things. Last light gilds your forearm hairs, inting them bronze as you sweep sand from the table. A final escaped label drifts down, slapping your ankle, its elegant cursive shouting, Charonia tritonus. You pocket it, a bookmark for better days, as geckos start their nightly gossip. Stars prick through cloud veils, Venus leading their procession. When the last petal floats home, it lands on your pillow, scentless now, its edges salt curled into commas. You press it inside tonight's log entry, a sleepy glyph saying the wind owed you one. Gold bleeds through mosquito netting, painting your work table's edge molten, as motes of reef dust swirl like lazy fireflies. 23 glass jars stand sentry, their labels crisp, despite yesterday's wind chaos, casting stretched prism shadows across water-stained wood. You blink at jar 19, home to those twin violet murexes, their spines now glowing, as if plugged into sunset's outlet. Inkwell heat releases bay rum scent, Uncle Feek's remedy for smudged records, though you swear it smells like pirate regrets. Tongan royals once prized spiny murex shells, dyeing ceremonial garments imperial purple, a fact you scribble beneath today's tally. Your pen hovers, counting prism bands on the wall, 7 colors despite childhood assurances of 6. A fringe oceanography site claims rainbow variances, prove magnetic field shifts. Nonsense, probably. But you file it under maybe, tonight's insomnia fuel. Cicadas throttle their engines, drowning the tide's sigh, as you uncork jar 5. Dove shells spill into your palm, 11 creamy curves, each cool as marble chess pieces. Historians still argue whether ancient traders used their spiral grooves for counting abacus of the sea, or just admired their what a guy from Reno would call good vibrations. You realign them by size, smallest to largest, their arches miniature Nazca lines in orange light. A gecko fails its sealing hunt, plummeting into your hair, its tiny claws combing your scalp before escape. You freeze, pen midair, as ink blots jar 12's label tigers' ice scallops, now renamed tigers. Why God, why scallops? The smudge resembles Australia, if Australia sweated nervously. So you outline Tasmania with corrective strokes. Trade winds exhale their last daylight breath, ruffling the hawkwing shells, their perforations humming discordant notes. Vadalo swore they sang during full moons, something about air pressure and wishful listening. But you're starting a GoFundMe for earplugs. Gold dims to tarnished bronze, the table's whorled grain rising like topographic maps as shadows eat your inventory list. Your elbow bumps jar 8, sending frangipani petals airborne, their lavender ghosts swirling before settling in salt crust hair. Consolation prize. Now you smell like a spa designed by coconuts. You rescue 3 petals, tucking them behind a moon snail's collar sketch, before realizing one's actually a deceased mayfly. Circle of life, or at least circle of inconveniently placed insects. Dizziness pinches your temples, too long hunched over, so you stretch skyward, knuckles grazing the thatched roof. Muscles scream, 12 cataloging hours logged, as a fruit bat swoops past, dropping half-chewed guava near your sandals. Relatable, snack focus, overwhelming all social graces. 10 more jars beckon, label updates pending. But your spine vetoes further bending. Prism shadows dissolve into gray, leaving the table a monochrome study as bioluminescent flecks awaken offshore. Ink congeals, goopy, like vampire cough syrup, so you spike it with banana gin. A seagull laughs from the dock, judgy, as you misspell Triton 3 times. Not your fault. The T key sticks, worse than reef shoes in mud. Fridge light spills across the veranda, illuminating jar 16's tiny drama, as pea crabs rearrange bubble shells like fussy decorators. Their claws flick irritably, missing lunch leftovers, as you offer a crumb from Uncle's banana bread. Armageddon ensues, 46 crustacean, legs scrambling before the crumb sinks, rewarding the loudest complainer. Democracy in action. Coolth seeps through floorboards, rising into souls, as Venus blinks awake above the mangroves. You press palms against warm glass, one jar still holding midday's generosity, until fingerprints fog the sunset cowries within. Stars multiply, unconcerned with taxonomy, as night reassembles the world beyond labels. Inventory waits, always. But this breath belongs to darkness, stolen between jar rotations. Venus sharpens to a dagger point, your cue to stop squinting at labels when even stars need reading glasses. A rustle erupts near the veranda steps, not wind, but 50 pairs of matchstick legs stirring coral grit. Kinnikini leads the brigade, a pea crab barely bigger than your thumbnail, sashing past your stool with improbable dignity. Each follower clutches a bubble shell, translucent as frozen breath, their cargo wobbling like drunken chandeliers. You hold still, slumping into observer mode as the parade roots around your left sandal. Historians still argue whether ancient Polynesians used bubble shells as miniature compasses or just enjoyed their soap bubble fragility. Kinnikini halts, antennae twitching, as if offended by your breathing volume. 17 crabs pile into him, chain reaction, tailgating, shells clinking like dropped champagne flutes. One feistier crustacean pinches Kinnikini's back leg, a mutiny over parade pace. Before order resumes, your kneecap becomes Mount Everest, 3 ambitious climbers scaling denim foothills, only to tumble into your cuff's shadow. They scramble sideways, indignant, resuming their march toward the tide's distant sigh. Their shells catch moonlight in milky swirls, the same pearly sheen Tang Dynasty traders hunted for inlay work. You almost miss the stealthiest crab, no shell, just a hermit thief clinging to a borrowed fragment. Opportunism spans all species, apparently. A coconut plonks onto sand, halting the procession as 50 eye stalks swivel toward the noise. Kinkini rallies them, claws raised, advancing on the invader like a fuzzy tank battalion. The coconut remains unimpressed. Their bubble shells tap its husk, tick, tick, tick. An avant-garde percussion ensemble nobody booked. You stifle a laugh, vibrations betraying you, and the entire troop freezes mid-investigation. Sorry, carry on, you whisper, feeling absurdly guilty. They scatter, not fleeing, just recalculating around this giant ape who ruins subtlety. One bold crab detours over your toes, each step a breadcrumb duster swipe before rejoining ranks. Trade wines riffle their shells, hollow whistles emerging, a sound Uncle Feek called ghost shells singing forgotten reefs. Dubious, but it beats his kava-fueled mermaid theories. Moonlight shifts, silvering Kinnikini's claw as he mounts a pebble stage director, surveying his troop. Their shells glow now, translucent prisons, capturing star fragments, casting amoeba shadows on sand. You recall that dodgy marine blog claiming crabs organize shell colors during migration fairy tales for lonely aquarists. Yet, here's gradient perfection, from cream to cobalt. Coincidence, probably, but your skeptic muscles tire tonight. A wave collapses nearby, salting the air as the crabs quicken toward shoreline froth. Their shells bob unnervingly alive, like balloons escaped from some underwater birthday party. Kinnikini pauses at the surf's edge, antennae tasting brine, before leading the charge into retreating foam. 50 bubble shells vanish, swallowed by seafoam, leaving you oddly wistful. Send postcards. You murmur knowing Vadalo would cite this as proof you need a holiday. The night stretches empty again, just stars and your own too loud pulse until another coconut drops. Nobody applauds. The night still smells of Kinnikini's retreat, briny defiance fading as you straighten hurricane-lamped jars. 3 helmet shells lean together, grandmother, mother-daughter, their spirals stacked like inheritance charts in limestone. Dawn threatens, but they hold deeper blues hostage. Sunrise always loses to their dusk-keeping prowess. Triton shells served as war horns across 10 archipelagos, royal summons echoing over slate-black waters, though none here would wake a sleeping gecko. You polish the grandmother's crown, knuckle patina smoothing calcium carbonate, your rag snagging where barnacles once anchored. A chip mars her lip, 1693 maybe, when she screamed through a tsunami's opening act. Historians still argue whether shells communicate via sand vibrations, or just gossip through bored marine biologists. The daughter shell betrays teenage rebellion, spire angled west, when ancestors all curve east. Pacific's black sheep in mollusk form found you arguing again. You mutter aligning them northward like truant school kids. Their growth rings spiral tighter, depression years maybe, each ridge a geological sigh. Some fringe collectors swear shells absorb human voices, recording arguments into pearly stratigraphy. But that's kava talk for tourists. You stutter laugh anyway, apologizing to the mother for doubting her acoustics. Trade winds riffle your collar, impatient pages craving closure. Whip spider shadows retreat as you daub beeswax on the youngest's stress fracture. First world problems for degree spirals. Your repair glints wet under moonlight, cosmetic surgery for geriatric calcium. 70 years ago, missionaries used such shells as baptism fonts, salt-scrubbed holy rollers, now holding pencils. A hermit crab eviction. Notice rustles nearby, previous tenants, claw marks striping the daughter's atrium. You flick sand from her aperture, meeting cold resistance, like cleaning relatives' teeth mid-snore. Dawn humidity blurs jar labels. Tonga time strikes again, as you nestle the trio into Rafala wool. Their spirals hook together by curry love, preserved each curve, rejecting modern straight lines. Mosquito net constellations flicker above your hammock, shells dreaming below in cushioned dark, as tides sway both cradle and contents. Lids seal memory jars against the creeping light, each twist a whispered lullaby for ancients who will outlast all your cataloging. The dawn finds you ankle deep in solar plexus warm shallows, toes brailed by coral rubble, as puff breath waves retreat below your soles. Anemones stake claims across the rock pool's eastern rim, their sticky fists yanking plankton from the current, like toddlers grabbing cookie crumbs. You recognize the colonial hustle, Portugal's 15th century explorers, planting flags, if flags were jelly tentacles. One particularly ambitious specimen straddles 3 barnacles, each polyp extended, a gelatinous manifest destiny playing out at knee height. A porcelain crab materializes in the anemone's shadow, mittened claws raised, as if surrendering to sunlight. Its shell gleams bone white, reminiscent of Qing dynasty teacups, those traded for sea cucumbers right here in Tonga Tapu's harbors. The crab's ultraviolet markings remind you of forbidden palace motifs, rule breakers from another time. Historians still argue whether tide pool hierarchies mirror ours, or if we've just projected office politics onto beings who predate pyramids. Bet the crab votes third party. It guards a peacock muscle wedged between coral teeth. The iridescent mollusk clamped tight as a diplomat's briefcase. Observing the crab's hypervigilant antennae twitches, you spot why. 5 blue damselfish circle like disgruntled commuters, waiting for the mussel to gape and spill breakfast. One darts closer, met by furious claw-waggling. Crab judo thwarting fish jitsu. Kneeling stirs up sand, exposing 12 seraph shells, playing Marco Polo in the silt. You fish one out, its spiral striped like a candy cane, only to glimpse motion beneath. An albino snapping shrimp, barely visible, rides the seraph like a stolen scooter. Fringe forums insist these translucent hitchhickers bring luck, though yours seems preoccupied fleeing crab zoning laws. 3 emerald clingfish huddle under a limestone ledge, suckered bellies, pressed to rock their dorsal fins, rippling like semaphore flags. You recall 18th century sailors mimicking such signals during mutinies, silent codes against the captain's spyglass. 1 clingfish peels away, gliding toward the porcelain crab's domain, only to retreat when the damselfish brigade redeploys. The soft chuckle escapes you before noticing, louder than the shrimp's piston claw snaps, sending ripples through this liquid boardroom. All motion stops. Anemones retract, damselfish freeze mid-nip. Even the pompous seraph shrimp halts its joyride. Only the porcelain crab maintains stance, claws still upraised, now resembling a tiny revolutionary statue. You hold your breath until a wave resets the tableau, waters swirling new alliances into place. Beneath a brain coral's shadow, a hermit crab wrestles a too small shell, hindquarters exposed to passing triggers of fishes. Its current home, a pockmarked nearite, barely covers 60% of its rump. The crab's antennae brush against an abandoned ton shell nearby, pearly interior gleaming, vacancy, sign flickering. Yet it persists with the nearite, refusing upgrades like a stubborn millennial clinging to a studio apartment. Sunlight shifts, exposing 7 brittle stars hidden beneath a sea fan. Their spindly arms interlock, forming a living doily beneath the mussel fort. You've read about this, their communal skeins acting as tripwires for predators, Viking ring defenses in miniature. 1 arm detaches to probe a passing conch, assessing threat or real estate, you can't tell. Polychaete worms squirm through the central knot, urban foxes navigating subway tunnels. 2 turbo snails lock horns, or rather shells, their operculums grinding like stalled garbage disposals. Territorial disputes in slow motion, lime green mucus trailing behind them, nature's version of passive-aggressive post-it notes. Historians love debating molluscan grudges, whether gastropods nurse generational feuds, but honestly, the left snail eventually veers toward the shrimp highway, conceding defeat, or discovering better algae elsewhere. By noon, the tide pool transforms into a telenovela of shifting power. That porcelain crab now sports a scarlet sponge hat plucked from nowhere, while waves redistribute damselfish into new cliques. The clingfish consortium swells to 5, flanking the anemone warlord, who's impressively claimed 4 barnacles now. Even the seraph shrimp upgraded shells, now piloting a lightning whelk like a stretch limo. You dip fingers into the water just to feel a sea hare's velvet eggplant skin graze your knuckle before it inks away in purple protest. Faint laughter carries from shore, kids skipping school, their voices warped through the liquid lens. A loose scale drifts past, silver bright, some damselfish's lost badge of honor. When you glance back, the mussels' finally opened gills, fluttering as shrimp dart inside for scraps. The porcelain crab still waves its mittens, half-heartedly now, until a rogue wave scatters the assembly. Sand billows like courtroom smoke, obscuring alliances before settling into ceasefire patterns. Your knees protest the crouch, salt itch creeping up your calves as you finally rise dripping. The crab watches you retreat, claws lowering slowly while clinging to its sponge crown. You lift a palm skyward, universal gesture for truce, and swear it wiggles one antenna in return. Historians can debate territoriality all they want, but this feels like an understanding. Damp sand molds around your heels as you kneel, digging fingers into a hummock near yesterday's crab statuary. Ripples betray something hidden, a crescent of grit, barely distinct from the beach. You sift grains until a form emerges, eggshell white and brittle as attic parchment. The ghostly spiral fans wider, faint ribs dissolving toward its jagged edge, like a shattered vinyl record played 60 million tides ago. 3 sand dollars nest inside its curve, whorled coins pressed into fossilized plaster. Their petal patterns still crisp beneath silt, though the collar itself flakes under your breath. Moon snails knit these nursery bands during full summer tides, squeezing sand and mucus between foot and shell. A disappearing art, now cradling echinoderm relics. Wikipedia claims Carthaginian traders prized intact collars, believing they calmed storm gods. But yours smells of wet library books. A violet periwinkle clings to the collar's rim, living tenant on a dead apartment complex. It retracts as your shadow falls, the slowest door slam you've ever witnessed. Scientists still feud over why fossilized collars draw modern critters. Some argue mineral seepage, others whisper about magnetic woo. You vote for snail magic. Prying the crumbling ribbon free requires surgical patience. 2 centuries of wave action have welded its underside, cementing shell fragments and volcanic grit into concrete. 3 attempts snap crescent wedges. Need to think like a moon snail. You scoop supporting sand instead, nestling the fossil onto your thigh, cursing a passing skua bird's mocking cry. The dollars inside shift their dead spines rasping like mouse feet on tin. One flips, revealing the barcode strip mouth. Only skeletons show, reminding you these aren't lost buttons, but carcasses. Cross-sectioned, it would peel into 12 ossicle layers, particle board remains of a sea biscuit. Fandom's online write erotic fanfic about sand dollar romances, based entirely on those 5 petal slits you try not to judge. Trade winds tug your hair as you wrap the collar in banana leaf, wombing it inside a surf-washed Clorox pouch. Millennia of sediment flee your folding, powdering your shorts with biochalk. This particulate mist smells like dinosaur sneezes, earthy and vaguely medicinal, igniting a sneeze of your own. 5 nearby terns startle, their wings clapping overhead like Politica soapbox applause. Traversing the tidal shelf requires avoiding history-rich cracks. Each foot dent risks crushing dwarf sereths breeding, unnoticed, their pearly homes smaller than baby teeth. Last month, you accidentally flattened 3 microconchs during a squid chase, earning sea watcher shame for weeks. Today, you tiptoe, a pastel Frankenstein, clutching your Mesozoic egg case. Uncle Feek's weathered croon interrupts a moonmother's belt, his kava-muddled grin revealing twin silver incisors. He ambles closer, gesturing at your bundle knuckles tattooed with swallow symbols. Local wives claim he stole those tattoos from a drowned whaler, though his version involves spelunking through whale bones. His finger taps the leaf wrap, careful, that Moonshell made calendars before clocks. You unwrap one edge, revealing the collar's parchment curve. He nods, inhaling sharply through nostrils grooved by 80 monsoons. His warm thumb grazes a sand dollar, triggering a memory slide. 1960s. Troublemakers sold fake, ones glued with turtle blood, tricked German collectors good. The chuckle rattles his rib pains before dissolving into coughs. He thumps his chest twice, throwing a mock salute, then lurches toward his beached outrigger. Shade welcomes you under the banyan, its knotted dreadlocks fringing your workmat. Labeling jars clatter as you clear space, instinctively guarding today's prize from noon's glare. Even dead things hate sunburn. Peeling back, the leaf feels like diffusing lace, every crumble an archaeologist's heartbreak. His turtle blood warning sticks. You lick a fractured edge, relieved, when only brine and silica grit your tongue. Fake vendors would have used store glue. This tastes like geological truth. Waterbrush bristles hover, hesitant to touch antiquity. Touching history feels audacious, like scribbling on Shakespeare's will. Press releases claim museums use acrylic sprays, but your field log prefers pencil dust and reverence. The dollars beg to be drawn, teeny lotus blooms, fossilized mid-prayer. 8 sketch lines capture one. Then the collar's spinal ridges your hand, channeling a trembling photojournalist. Snack break finds you comparing the collar to breakfast ruins. A cold cassava, pancakes ridges, mirroring calcium rings. Both could map elapsed time, one through syrup absorption, the other via seabed compression. Historians still argue whether ancient stargazers used collars as lunar phase trackers, though how they'd read sand noodles remains unclear. You smudge an eraser across 4 million-year-old dinner. Forgive yourself quickly. Golden hour gilds the veranda as you position the relic, edges overlapping 7 numbered Polaroids. Field guides sprawl everywhere, splayed like exhausted pigeons. Page 87 mentions collar decay rates, weathering faster post-excavation than during millennia buried. Preservation panic hits, but grandmother's honey wax blend salvaged last year's barnacled mask. Surely moon ribbons deserve equal love. Steam rises from your glue pot's double boiler, sweetening the air with hive sweat. You whisk in crushed coral powder, clouding the mix into pearlescence. Q-tip swabs dab support beneath crumble zones, each touch trail drying clear as dragonfly wings. Restoration feels blasphemous and kind, like retying a dead queen's shoelaces. Nightfall's first mosquitoes arrive as you nestle the collar into its cedar box, padding corners with dried seaweed. 60 million years now sleep beside last Wednesday's murex samples, peeking through tissue paper like shy party guests. Tomorrow's low tide might reveal its vacant plot, already being reclaimed by elbow crabs and silt. For tonight, it's yours, a sand script hinting at epochs when your species was still fins and guesswork. Kerosene lanterns beckon you inside, leaving the fossil to dream under star compass skies. As the door clicks, wind flutters your field notes, open to today's sketches. Moon collar edges trembling like lips about to speak. Kerosene lamplight stains your palms amber as you shift spider conchs, their flared lips kissing table grain like drunken opera singers bowing. Each placement nudges memories loose, Uncle Feek's cover-laughter echoing, as if corked inside these very shells. He claimed old captains could press ears to aperture and hear typhoon forecasts. Nonsense. Yet you try anyway. The gaping mouth murmurs static, or maybe your own pulse, thudding, either way disappointing. 4 labeled jars crowd the shelf above, still faintly reeking of low-tide muck. Despite 7 vinegar rinses, you wrestle the largest conch, its spine ridges jagged as sawshark teeth, into alignment with Venus, now piercing the mosquito net. Their spiral shadows ladder the wall, twisting like finger-bone puppets, as trade winds flirt through bamboo shutters. Historians still argue whether royal kava ceremonies used spider conchs as cups, or if commoners dared sip from royal-marked shells. You vote for practical thievery. Banana leaf bundles crinkle underfoot, leftovers from the afternoon's glue pot mission, their waxy scent battling kava residue soaked into floor cracks. Uncle's brew always lingers, earthy and vaguely dental, like licking a root canal. Last monsoon, he swore he'd buried a batch near the lagoon's heart, fermenting inside a hollowed-out breadfruit trunk. You've yet to fact-check, due to crocodile or possibly bullfrog territorial claims. Your pinky traces a conch's inner groove worn silky by 9,000 tides, or one overzealous polisher. Reserve this pitted veteran for display. Only half its outer horn snapped clean in some forgotten tantrum. Experts think pre-colonial traders pierced holes to mute the ocean's voice, preventing sailors from homesickness mutinies. Nonsense. You jam your thumb into the hole and hear Feek slurping last Wednesday, his dentures clacking against clay cup rim. A gecko launches from the rafters, landing tail first onto the conch, brigade scrambling claws against calcium. You freeze, terrified it'll topple your centerpiece. A rufescent monster hauled ashore during last winter's king tide. It steadies, puffing its throat sack, before vanishing behind grandmother's tapa cloth map. Relief sags your shoulders, making you aware of kava still humming in your capillaries, gentle as a reef egret's footfall. Memories surge unbidden, Feek weaving tales between ceremonial rounds, his voice thickening like palm sap. One involved stolen conchs, singing at midnight, cursing thieves with eternal hangovers, while scientists blame barometric pressure shifting internal air pockets. You lift a smaller specimen, blowing across its aperture, and produce a weak fart noise. So much for maritime symphonies. Someone left a kava bowl uncleaned, its wooden curves cradling dregs darker than turtle blood. You swirl a finger, watching silt constellations form and die, reciting Feek's mantra, drink slow, dream fast. 1970 tourists paid him $3 to repeat that, thinking it sacred, not knowing he'd cribbed it from an Australian beer ad. Night insects scribble against the screens, drawn by your lone lantern, as you align the final conch. Its freckled hide matches the stretch of reef where you first found it, camouflage perfected over millennia. 8 shells now, each angled to reflect tomorrow's dawn, though midnight drapes them in blue silence. Historians still argue whether these were war trumpets, dinner bells, or coral reef census takers. You vote for hungover royals needing aspirin substitutes. Floorboards whine 6 steps from door to workspace. Yet, tonight they hum no secrets. Only the gecko's return disturbs the hush, its belly pressed against cooled lamp glass, watching you wipe kava dust from logbook margins. Ink bleeds where you'd sketched the moon collar earlier, its ridges, now resembling sound waves from shells never meant to sing. A spider conch trembles as you lift it, its heft promising more ghost stories. You press ear to lip once more, and catch it this time, not ocean, not wind, but Feek's lost whistling through 70 years of salt crust. It fades with your next breath, leaving only the chuckle of waves beyond the dunes, and 23 jars trembling softly on their shelves. Kerosene fumes surrender to salt air as you pad toward the dock, bare soles meeting planks, still radiating noon's furnace breath. Below, squid dart through liquid night, their bioluminescent flows staining your fingertips, ghostly aquamarine. History books claim Polynesian navigators read star pathways across 1,800 islands. But no parchment mentions this living ink squirting through your grasp like disobedient calligraphy. Pale ripples surge beneath the pier, a fleeing school scribbling neon cursive against black water. You crouch, hand hovering, as tentacles flicker messages in colors textbooks insist they can't produce. Cryptozoology forums whisper about mimic octopuses impersonating eels off Fiji. Yet, tonight's performers stick to signatures, each flourish dissolving before you decode them. Historians still argue whether ancient voyagers mistook bioluminescence for drowned ancestor spirits, or just enjoyed the free disco. Wavelets slap barnacled posts, punctuating the ink display as something massive glides beneath your feet. Flashbulb bursts illuminate 15 tentacles, maybe 20. You lose count dodging salt spray. It jags sideways, revealing not a monster, but a squid duo tangled in predatory passion, their combined glow throbbing cyclamen purple. Marine biologists debate if cephalopods experience loneliness, but these two clearly skipped the lecture. Your notebook lies abandoned dockside, pages fluttering surrender, while phantom lights smear across retinas. You plunge one arm elbow deep, chasing neon threads. They spiral around your wrist like living tattoos before unraveling. 13 glowing dots retreat into darkness, leaving your skin lightly salted and smelling faintly of zinc batteries. Feek once swore night divers attach squid as temporary lanterns, their panic-fueled luminescence guiding pearl hunters. Proven false. Your 10th birthday snorkel trip proved. Yet the dock's edge resurrects his tall tale physics. A squid rockets upward, jetting sapphire streaks before splashing back with a liquid smack. 34 ink constellations bloom, each less legible than tourist road maps, their afterimages burning violet on the water's retina. Memories resurface. 7th grade marine camp. Mrs. Val lecturing about vampire squids, detachable, bioluminescent mucus. You'd giggled thinking she said nasal mucus, but now envy those 8-year-old facts. Another squid halts mid-jet, body pulsing stressorin, as something massive and unlit glides beneath it, all teeth and apathy. Cold seeps through your sarong as constellations fade either from squid retreat or dawn's first yawn tickling the horizon. 3 last stragglers trace helix patterns, their messages growing fainter, like dying pen nibs out of ink. Historians still argue whether squid flashes qualify as language or just marine skywriting for bite me billboards. Dawn's sneak attack bleaches the eastern sky, reducing your glowing companions to shy shadows darting toward deeper blue. Palm fronds rustle their daily gossip overhead, unimpressed by the extinguished light show. You lick salt from a glowing knuckle, tasting ozone and impossibility, before shuffling back toward sleeping jars, their contents dreaming in mineral darkness. Untroubled by ephemeral ink, you blink grit from your lashes, dawn revealing the beach reshuffled like a drunkard's card deck. Last night's tantrum tossed coral branches ashore, their splintered limbs cradling treasures. 5 pale shards wink among the wreckage, thick as fingernail clippings, each striped with spiral secrets. Victorian collectors traded estates for single Junonias. Yet here, the storm spits bankrupting wealth onto your toes. Wet sand sucks at your heels as you crouch, fingertips hovering over the largest fragment. Its brown bands spiral tighter than a barrister's wig curls, edges still sharp enough to draw blood. Pirate lore claims certain shells whisper vault locations, but these stay mum, playing dead until brine slicks their grooves. Historians still argue whether Phoenician traders carried Junonias as currency or just enjoyed their bragging rights. Foam hisses retreat, exposing 2 more chips nestled in a coral cradle, their patterns echoing Minoan pottery swirls. You exhale through your nose, counting coup against greed, 1 palm spread flat beside them. Earliest diggers found shells like these in Egyptian queens' tombs, stuffed between linen wraps, companions for the afterlife shuffle. A wave licks your ankles, salty and insistent, before recoiling with a sandpaper sigh. Rainbow-hued worm tubes coat the coral branches, their occupants withdrawn, waiting for high tide's return ticket. You pluck the smallest shard, holding it to the light. Its translucence, revealing microscopic hieroglyphics etched by patient tides. Conspiracy forums insist Junonias only surface before political upheavals, though today's beachside chaos suggests mere meteorology. Your shadow leans over the prizes, body humming with salvage dancer nerves as you inventory their injuries. First shard, clean break across growth rings. Second, barnacled edge gnawed by stonefish teeth. Third, thirds, intact apex curls like a fiddlehead fern, miraculously unsmashed. Collectors would slit throats for this alone, their auction house frenzy reduced to your knee dent in wet sand. Morning sun glares off tidal pools, flash-blind spots blooming as you arrange fragments on a flat coral slab. Nearby, a hermit crab wrestles a beer bottle cap, unimpressed by extinct mollusk glamour. This species haunted Florida's Gulf Coast until dredging crews erased their nurseries forever. You blot sweat with a sarong corner, suddenly aware that shells outlast dynasties, but not human disregard. Sand grits between your molars as wind gusts, scattering foam lace over the fragments. You shield them instinctively, elbow blocking airborne grit, counting 67 barnacle bases on the coral armature. Some Junonia claimants glue fragments into complete shells, museum-grade forgery, while yours will stay fractured, truth laid bare. A tattered Portuguese man-o'-war washes up, its bladder still iridescent, death stingers trailing like party streamers. You skirt its danger curls, padding toward fresh rack lines where the 5th shard plays hide-and-seek. 8 paces north, a triangular edge protrudes its stripes, flirting with with sun worship seekers. Bingo. Palming the last piece triggers deja vu, summer digging through Barcelona flea markets. All fakes, until that spoon seller's wink. WhatsApp collector groups would combust seeing this haul, but you catalog silently, focusing on pit and peak topography under your thumb. Sailors once nailed Junonias to masts, believing their spiral paths confused evil spirits who apparently flunked maze navigation. Shadows shrink as you cross-leg on damp sand, jagged chorus arrayed before you. Surf's percussion layers under frigatebird shrieks, nature's cover band rehearsing lunch break riffs. Each fragment's curve suggests resurrection if you had epoxy and ethical flexibility. You trace fracture lines instead, mapping roads not shattered, reconstructing soft flesh that fled its fortress centuries ago. Dr. Vaimona's voice nags, his important discovery speech, whenever organized patterns emerge. But this 5 shards scattered like dice disrupts his beloved sunken city grid theory. Ocean doesn't play chess. It prefers drunkard's dice, tumbling its dead as it pleases. Rubber slaps sand Vadalo, approaching with banana leaf bundles, his fishing kayak beached nearby. Troll treasures. He chuckles, nodding at your lapful of porcelain grief. When you tilt a shard skyward, his smile falters. Ka feloyaki mo I unga. The crab will meet the shell again. You pocket the shards, ignoring how their edges bite your thigh through fabric. Promises itching like scabs. Tides crept halfway back, nibbling evidence, erasing yesterday's grudges, as the first wave claims a coral branch. Salt air layers over Junonia dust on your lips, salty and faintly metallic, like licking a battery wrapped in kelp. You rise, treasures bundled in your sarong's corner, as shadows pivot eastward. Dolphins breach offshore, their fins slicing horizon into coordinate grids. Only they understand. Blue bottles crunch underfoot as you retreat above tide's reach, sarongs sagging with history's broken china. Mid-morning glare bakes your shoulders, pressing hot thumbs into muscle, while shade promises water jars and pencils. Ahead your stool waits, still upright despite last night's howling, its legs sunk stubbornly into loyal sand. Unrolling the sarong spills fragments across driftwood, their clinks drawing Kinnikini's hermit cavalry. 43 pea crabs materialize, investigating, antennae tapping shell, scripts they can't read. You flick a coconut husk, scattering them, their bubble house retreats bouncing toward safer gossip. Moisture wicks from the shards, sunlit now, their fractures browning like apple slices left too long. You inventory them, pen hovering, bootleg archaeologist torn between poetry and measurements. Victorian science labeled seashells with Latin rigor. Yet you sketch teacup handles, crescent moons, whatever drifts through salt sticky thoughts. Sea glare flares off the largest shard, blinding, briefly tattooing its spiral against your vision's red canvas. Eyes squeezed shut, you taste mangoes, conch fritters, last summer's picnic with Mika. That morning, ignoring beachcombing, for once basking in liquid now, not chasing history's breadcrumb trail. Wind riffles notebook pages, halting at your mango juice-stained drawing from August, twin conchs mid-kiss, pressed against the new sketch. The similarity prickles your neck hairs, two spirals leaning at identical angles. Coincidence? Surely, though Aegean traders believed divine twins spoke through paired shells. Breeze shifts, carrying diesel fumes from a distant trawler, an invasive scent that wrinkles your nose. You shift fragments to their memory jar, labeled 87, in hasty cursive, its glass cool against storm-warm skin. Screwing the lid tight feels like tucking children into bed, these broken things, safe now from tides and teeth and time. Clouds regroup, distant thunderheads, stacking like prison towers, promising encore tantrums after dusk. Your trowel lies crusted yesterday's mud, begging for fresh digs. But you watch whitecaps instead. Squall lines nurse grudges at the horizon, already drafting tomorrow's demolition plans for your fragile coast. Plover tracks stitch past your stool, tiny arrowheads aiming inland as the first warm raindrops crater sand. You linger, jar hugged to ribs, watching tide reclaim its collateral. One wave unfurls like a jeweler's cloth, smoothing every scar, and the beach breathes clean again, ready to bury or reveal new heirlooms by moonlight. The rain taps Morse code on your jar lid, dots and dashes, dissolving yesterday's scribbled high tide lines. You slump on the stool, watching waves chew through your mapped territory, each surge swallowing another foot of sand. Elbow crabs emerge, dozens of them, their pincer arms piled with shell fragments like overeager waiters. They scuttle sideways toward the surf, stealing your catalogued coastline one shard at a time. One crab struggles with a tiger carry, chunked twice its size, backing awkwardly into a sand funnel. Polynesian star navigators tracked such crab movements, believing crustaceans carried ocean secrets in their leg joints. You snort, wondering what this klutz knows besides brute persistence, as it tumbles into a tide pool. Residents of Tikopia Island once ate elbow crabs raw, claiming their meat sharpened night vision, though you'll stick to roasted breadfruit. Turquoise bleaches to gray as clouds thicken, waves clawing higher up the beach with possessive hunger. Your zone's perimeter shrinks, marked by 47 bamboo stakes, now being swallowed like breadcrumbs in broth. Historians still argue whether ancient voyagers read tidal changes through crab migrations, or just enjoyed the crunchy snacks. A gust slaps rain sideways, stinging your cheeks as the lead crab reaches water's edge. It releases its shell scrap, letting the sea reclaim the prize before moonwalking back toward your crumbling domain. Others follow, forming a conveyor belt of pilfered fragments, their shells clicking like casino chips in a losing streak. 19th century naturalists claimed crabs hoarded treasures, but you witness simple scavenging, no artistry here. Your fingers dig into damp sand, anchoring against the wind's push, as another stake topples. Dawn's meticulous grid vanishes, wave smeared into irrelevance. Rain soaks your collar, tracing spine shivers, while coconut husks bob past like defective life rafts. That spotted hermit crab from yesterday, where's its acrylic castle now, floating toward Tonga with zero regrets. Lightning forks beyond the reef, silent flickers, backlighting the crab brigade's progress. They target specific fragments, ignoring common cockles, zeroing in on rarities with unsettling precision. You tally losses through squinted eyes: 7 marginellas, 3 harp shells, half a golden crater. Salvage rights expire fast here. Just ask the drowned trading canoes offshore. A crab drags an alphabet cone shard toward foam, its striations matching your notebook sketch on page 92. You lun, scooping it up, earning a defiant pincer wave from the thwarted bandit. These crustaceans plagued Darwin during his Beagle voyage. He wrote they stole specimens straight from his collecting bags. Some old grudges outlive empires. Low thunder groans, disapproving parent noise, as the last stake surrenders to the tide. Your mapped zone shrinks to a soggy towel's span, crabs closing in from all flanks. Their armored knees click like abacus beads, recalculating your defeat. Memorize this: the exact moment precision drowns, as science gets punked by invertebrate hustle. Rain slackens, reducing to mist, as the crab army retreats with the ebbing surf. Their booty treasures vanish beneath foam, history's attic restocked with borrowed relics. You scrape wet hair off your forehead, counting 12 remaining fragments in the new high tide rack line. Not enough for eBay fame, but sufficient for tonight's catalog entry, marked Storm's loose change. Your jar sits heavy on the driftwood, its glass sweating, while elbow crabs flick victory signals underwater. They've redistributed wealth, Tonga style, leaving only barnacled commons for tomorrow's hunt. You unscrew the lid, adding the rescued alphabet cone, its fracture gleaming like quartz in tomb dust. Thunderheads retreat pouting southwest as bruised sunlight probes the lagoon. Water drips off palm fronds, hitting sand like metronome ticks, counting the calm between tantrums. Foam lace outlines fresh territory, unknown acres reshaped by the crab's midnight labor. Time to redraw your maps with looser lines, lower stakes, fewer illusions of control. Frigatebirds return, scolding the emptied beach, their shadows stretching thin over crab-dug trenches. You bury cold toes in sand, feeling the undertow's vibration, practicing surrender to saltier gods. The ocean giveth, the ocean taketh away. The ocean lends to arthropod loan sharks. Rain damp pages flutter as you sketch surviving fragments, capturing their listing angles before the next swipe. Your pencil hovers over crab illustrations, wondering why evolution gave them elbow-jointed swagger. Then your stomach growls loud enough to startle a nearby ghost crab who bolts sideways into its foam-drenched burrow. Hungry tides retreat for now, leaving air salted like rimmed cocktail glasses. Hammock Ropes creak under soggy weight, luring you toward suspended oblivion. But there's still this, the scratch of pencil, the clink of jarred fragments, the sea exhaling 30 yards off, pretending innocence. You cap the ink bottle, sand grating under its glass base, and watch turquoise reclaim its rhythm. Elbow crabs surface momentarily, pincers empty now, mocking your archival panic with their zen hustle. Waves erase every human mark, except the one thing they can't touch, the weight in your jar, and tomorrow's stubborn hope for unbroken treasures. You kneel by the tide-smoothed fragments, arranging alphabet cones into spiral arms, their striations catching low sun like vinyl grooves. Dr. Vaymona's shadow falls across your patterned crocs, squeaking on wet rock, her thermos sloshing lukewarm chamomile. See how they mirror Nan Maddle's sunken canals, she murmurs, pointing at the shell curves. With a barnacled hiking pole, you squint, tilting your head, until the shells blur into coral-colored phonograph records. The real Nan Maddle lies 900 miles north, a Micronesian Venice, swallowed by mangroves, its basalt columns drowning in tourist Instagrams. Or maybe you counter their cousin to Vinta, that phantom Baltic city, always chiming church bells underwater when drunk sailors pass. She chuckles, pebble gravel laughter, adjusting her tilly hat against the glare. Atlantis gets all the press, but our Pacific has 12 drowned kingdoms, most older than Egypt's pyramids. Her finger hovers over your central cone, a fat specimen with thunderstorm gray bands. This axis point matches Ma Wharf's foundations. Before the AD 1000, 300 tsunami knocked royalty into the sea. Salt wind riffles your notebook pages, threatening to scatter shells like skipped stones. You press a palm over the spiral, smiling at her passion, even if your hips protest crouching this long. 1920s adventurers once dredged this lagoon, hunting for King Talai's golden throne, allegedly flung offshore during that same wave. They found 3 toothless sawfish and a Ford Model T radiator, but kept the permits active until Nixon resigned. Dr. Vaymona taps your easternmost shell quartet, 4 alphabet cones aligned like Stonehenge dwarves. Petroglyphs near Niudwa depict tide priests placing cones exactly thus before lunar eclipses. Her voice drops conspiratorially. Could be marine Morse code, or just old men trolling future PhDs. A rogue wavelet licks your ankle, dislodging a perimeter shell. You rescue it before the undertow claims another piece, its ridges gritty under your thumb. Historians still argue whether King Tui Tonga's palace sank from divine wrath or bad coral foundation math. Give me your boring answer, she sighs, lowering herself onto a driftwood bench, thermos steam curling around her frown lines. Cataloguer's disease, connecting invisible dots, turning breakfast crumbs into constellations. You shift weight off your numb foot, watching sanderlings peck at crab hollows nearby. These came from random waves. Dr. V, no city planner moonlights as a hermit crab. She unscrews her thermos, sipping loudly, eyes tracking frigatebirds over the lagoon. Randoms, just the word we use when gradients overwhelm our monkey brains. A pause, the thermos gasket squeaking, but admit it's spookier if the ocean intentionally arranges beauty just to watch us squirm. Sun warms your neck as trade winds pause, holding their breath. You realign the central cone fractions of an inch until its shadow points toward Ua Island. 13 AD is a crowd pleaser date for Ma's drowning. But coral core samples hint at slower subsidence, thieves stealing land millimeter by midnight millimeter. Her hiking pole scritches a tidal chart into damp sand, arrows marking currents that swallowed islands whole. Volcanologists recently proved Tonga's last big burp emptied 4 ancestral villages into the trench, yet locals whisper older stories of reef gods rearranging coastlines despite shell-collecting foreigners. Light glints off her wristwatch, a vintage zodiac, its hands, permanently parked at high tide hour. Ever flip through your logbook sideways, watch the shell patterns dance. She mimes page rifling, fingers fluttering like pigeon wings. Our minds crave grids, but the sea spits out spirals every time you pocket a stray cone, its tip chipped, wondering if porcelain crabs will swarm tonight to steal your remaining pieces. 1960s dive teams found pottery shards here glazed with something stickier than volcanic ash, still unidentified. Some bloggers swear it's dragon saliva. You vote for fermented breadfruit paste. Dr. Vemona rises, brinding sand off safari shorts, her shadow stretching toward the palms. When academia chews me up, she nods at your jars. I'll apprentice here. Record invisible cities, one seashell at a time. You smile, noting how her departing footprints crush the tidal chart, waves already blurring its borders. Alphabet cones remain patient as chess pieces, waiting for your next illogical move. Fingers trace their contours, each ridge a tide-logged fingerprint, each valley a miniature canyon. Could 20 shells hold echoes of drowned streets? Or is that just human ache speaking, projecting order onto chaos? A sanderling swoops in, snatching a sand flea near your pinky toe, its wingbeat breezing your ankle. You exhale, scooping cones into their honey jar, withdrawing from imaginary architecture. Let Atlantis keep its pixelated CGI fame. Your ocean writes liquid poetry, not ruin blueprints. Blood orange sunset ignites the lagoon, shell edges glowing like molten glass. Jar secured, you stand brushing silica pearls off your knees. Knees pop twice, announcing middle age louder than any conch horn. Dr. Vemona's retreating figure crests the dune, hiking pole flashing, before vanishing toward the research station. You touch the jar lid, its glass already sweating nocturnal dew, and whisper nice, try to absent gods of drowned cities. Moon rises, pearly as a fresh oyster, casting cone-shaped shadows on your logbook. You sketch one last spiral, no keys, no gateways, just curves, adoring their own salt-stained asymmetry. Footsteps squelch toward the hammock, each toe sucking sand, as the lagoon exhales behind you, scattering the shell's pattern into tomorrow's randomness. Fly-screen mesh thrums like a bass string, plucked by ocean air, a drowsy protest against night's little invaders. Your fingernail taps the aluminum frame, sending geckos skittering up the wall, their chirps sharp as popcorn kernels hitting hot oil. One bold fellow, mauve-skinned, sucks down a moth twice his width, strangling it with Adidas stripe eyelids. Tongan lore claims geckos steal sleep whispers, hoarding them under floorboards to sell to dream sharks. You half believe it, watching his throat bulge like a loaded gumball machine. The honey jar glints under battery lanterns, a golden siren's song for one deranged wasp. It orbits the lid's rusted rim, drunk on evaporated sweetness, occasionally face-planting into glass with a fuzzy thump. Napoleon, you've nicknamed him, refuses to acknowledge three crucial facts. 1. The jar's been empty since Tuesday. 2. His wings sound like a kazoo quartet. 3. Geckos are sizing him up as dessert. Perched on a fraying raffia stool, you flip through a water-warped Tide almanac, its pages crinkling like stale toast. Outside, a frigatebird's silhouette cuts across the moon, briefly strangling the gecko chorus. Historians still argue whether Polynesian navigators used bioluminescent insects as living compasses, or just slapped mosquitoes and called it stargazing. The book mentions Cook's crew complaining about Tongan midges, little vampires ruining their wool socks. Napoleon executes another misguided dive bomb, legs peddling phantom syrup before crashing into your wristwatch. His tiny thorax buzzes against the crystal, a miniature chainsaw with commitment issues. You flick him toward the windowsill, where he revives instantly, resuming his hopeless honey jihad. 13, you count. That's 13 kamikaze spins since moonrise. Moonlight leaches color from your shell shelves, turning tiger cowries into ghostly thumbs, conch lips into bone bracelets. The gecko pack erupts in fresh drama, scrambling over a ceiling rafter, tails whipping like bullwhips. Someone's stepping on someone's territory, someone's third cousin's boyfriend, probably. You've decided they're rehearsing a reptile soap opera, complete with fake eyelash combat. Stretching your elbow knocks a dried gecko dropping off the windowsill. It bounces into shadow, a fossilized raisin of judgment. Victorian naturalists used to eat these, so their notes claim to test if Tongan house geckos tasted like chicken-flavored erasers. Grimacing, you sweep another crumb away. With the Tide almanac, Napoleon buzzing protests from its spine. Wind slinks through louvered windows, smuggling the scents of overripe mangoes, and diesel from a distant fishing boat. Napoleon seizes this moment, riding an air current toward the lamp, wings backlit like cellophane. His shadow splatters huge across the wall, a Godzilla wasp menacing your spice rack. The geckos freeze mid-tussle, eyeing this sudden titan before resuming their squabble. You unscrew an ancient jar of clove oil. It sent a spicy fist to the nostrils. But Napoleon doesn't flee. He heli dances closer. Royal Apicultural Society journals swarm with debates. Do wasps even have olfactory receptors? Or just pure spite receptors? In 1897, a Scottish missionary swore he'd trained wasps to fetch toothpicks, though locals suspected palm wine involvement. Spritzing oil toward the sill, you hit 3 geckos instead. They scatter like dropped silverware, Napoleon buzzing through the mist, unharmed. He loops toward your ear, playing chicken with your eardrum before retreating to the jar. Maybe he's waiting for honey imports, like 18th century whalers, waiting for rum shipments, patient, delusional, immune to hints. Your pinky nudges a forgotten beetle nut left by Uncle Feek, its creased surface like a miniature brain. Pop it in, he'd tease. You'll catalog shells twice as fast, then laugh till his inhaler wheezed. You pocket it instead, a crimson paperweight for tomorrow's tide charts. Napoleon executes a victory lap around the lamplight, droning his kazoo anthem, while geckos lick clove oil off their toes with disgusted tongue flicks. Their chirps now sound like tiny walkie-talkies, reporting a code spice. Repeat, code spice. All units retreat. Somewhere beyond the mosquito net, waves unravel their lace cuffs onto volcanic sand, a distant hushing that sharpens the room's closeness. You click off the lantern, plunging everything into blue moonlight. Napoleon pauses mid-buzz, confused geckos dissolving into wall texture. Darkness smells like wet cement and candle wax. Blind, you fumble for your hammock, its weave imprinting diamonds into your forearm. Napoleon makes one last flyby, his buzz now directionless, before thudding into the beetle nut, still in your pocket. Gecko clicks, dwindle replaced by the fly screen's endless note, C-sharp, slightly flat. Moon slips lower, draining color from Napoleon's amber wings, turning him into a ghost dirigible. Sleep tugs your eyelids, weighted with salt and stubbornness. Somewhere on the wall, the mauve gecko belches, a moth-shaped surrender. You imagine dream sharks circling, jaws full of stolen whispers, while Napoleon plots his 17th suicide mission against the honey jar. Morning glares off your workspace, a solar rebuke for leaving the lightning whelk's injury unattended. Its broken spire lies crucifixion style on scrap cloth, chipped edge upturned like a crooked incisor. Last week's squall knocked it off the shelf, you tell yourself, not your elbow chasing that cursed wasp. Beeswax bricks sweat in a chipped rice bowl, their honeycomb scent dragging up memories of candle-making Sundays back when boredom smelled like burnt sugar. English ship logs from Tonga's early contact era grumbled about local bees. Tiny bombers dive attacking their wigs, their wax softer than English varieties. You stir the melting glue with a snapped chopstick, watching golden threads spiderweb between wood grain. 3 hermit crabs patrol the table's edge, living paperweights quivering at the wax smell. Their antennae twitch toward the whelk shell, as if mourning nobility reduced to salvage. You shoo them, gently knocking one off balance. He retreats into his borrowed home, scolding you in tiny clicks. The break's brutal, a clean diagonal slash through the shell's pearliest layer, exposing soft, chalky core. You squint to align the fragments, tongue pinched between teeth, hands steadier. Then when you tried reattaching Uncle Feek's canoe paddle with breadfruit sap, historians still argue whether Polynesian sailors used shell-adhesive concoctions for boat repair, or just accepted leaks as free foot baths. First test fit pieces click like flint, but wobble apart with a side apology. Someone's gift from Fiji. This shell given when its original whelk still suckered onto reefs. Now, its hollow spire hums when wind hits, right. A ghostly kazoo sans Napoleon's aggression. Wax dips into the fracture, flowing slow as molasses off a spoon, then setting amber fast in tropical heat. Too much, a globuled monstrosity. Too little, just another future fracture point. You carve excess with a thumbnail, herringbone ridges left behind like cartilage scars. One gecko supervises from behind the clove oil bottle, his tail hooked around glass. Monitor lizard delusions, puffing his throat. Breadfruit sap would have been easier, you think, tasting the glue stick's acrid tang. But beeswax preserves better. 19th century curators swore by it, even as their mustaches stiffened with rogue drips. The repaired spire leans, ever so slightly drunken, light catching the seam like flawed crystal. You rotate it thrice, checking for wobbles, while hermit crabs wave disapproval from below. Solid enough for now. Heat shimmers off the tin roof, the glue pot already solidifying into a miniature gold glacier. You poke it, releasing trapped air bubbles, each pop flinching the gecko into defensive push-ups. Outside, waves gnaw the reef, their rhythm syncing with your pulse beat. The shell feels warmer than it should, stored sun bleeding through porcelain skin. Some Victorian collector, his name waterlogged out of your auction catalog, once glued a cowrie upside down on a display stand and called it art. Your pinky accidentally drags through cooling wax, now branded with a sticky fingerprint. 20 minutes, that's how long before Tongan humidity turns this glue gummy again. The gecko flicks his tongue at your error, judging, always judging. Feek's voice ghosts through your thoughts. Repairs show character. He'd rumble, especially those we pretend aren't ours to fix. Sunlight catches the whelk's new fault line, making it shimmer like desert quartz, a deliberate flaw to trap moonlight. Snail restoration guides, dog-eared and coffee-stained, claim medieval monks repaired sacred conch horns with ground fish bones. Tried it once, failed, smelled like low tide in a dentist's office for weeks. Midday glare sharpens as the gecko retreats bored to hunt moths napping in curtain folds. You press the shell's base against your wrist, the repaired spire pointing north, or what feels like north when sweat blurs compass, rose tattoos. Trade winds kick up, testing your handiwork. With wet fingers, the wax holds. For now, tomorrow maybe, it'll weep honey threads down the shelf, earning disapproving chirps from wall lizards. For today, it stands. You place the whelk beside its unbroken kin, the resurrected soldier, among perfect civilians. Its shadow stretches long, a distorted sundial, while hermit crabs resume their pilgrimage toward crumbs. The glue pot hardens into a miniature golden heart, useless now, unless you plan sealing love letters to coral. You flick it toward a waiting ant, a shiny trophy for his underground museum. Somewhere beyond the reef, a ship's horn groans, low and lonely. But your shell stays mute, holding its breath, waiting for night wind's first audition. Trade winds stiffen into something urgent, their usual rustle now slapping palm fronds like wet laundry. You glance west, where the horizon bruises purple, as if the sea punched itself. Those clouds aren't the friendly cumulus that brought yesterday's shade, they're anvils, forged offshore. 3 frigatebirds bank inland, their scissor tails slicing sky, deserting the reef like unpaid lookouts. Polynesian navigators once tracked their flight paths, reading bird signs like star maps. Though historians still argue whether voyagers kept them caged on canoes as guides, or just as snacks too bony to bother eating. Your favorite fringe theory claims they steal human breath, those crimson throat pouches inflating with stolen sighs. But you've watched them gag on flying fish too often to buy it. Papers skitter across your work table, ink drying mid-word, as you lunge to weight them with a blacklit pearl jar, the lids barely on when wind snatches your pencil, tossing it into a breadfruit tree's mocking branches. Tuba crabs scuttle for cover, claws full of stolen banana bread, crumbs, their sideways panic amusing. Until you spot your label sheets airborne, you chase them, knees protesting, grabbing at fluttering rectangles, corners already damp with salt spray. 19th century, British naturalists lost months of notes this way, their journals becoming fish wrap from Gabo Island to Guam. One insists in water-stained margins that frigatebirds hid his spectacles, likely revenge for his dreadful taxonomy sketches. The whelk shell you repaired yesterday stands sentry. Its wax seems sweating under humidity's assault. You slide it into a padded tobacco tin, nestled between kapok fluff, just as the first fat raindrops dimple the lagoon. Their rhythm starts lazy, spaced like piano keys, then accelerates into a snare drum roll. Overhead, a frigatebird glides low, judging your lashing speed as you tie oilcloth over the shell inventory. Tourists mistake their silence for grace. You know better. That beak could rob a seagull midair if piracy required eye rolls. Tongan myths say they guided lost fishermen home, but only if offered the ugliest catch, which explains why your uncle's boat always returned with bloated pufferfish. Rain soaks through your shirt, cold surprise after weeks of sweat, making you shiver like a shook mongoose. The banyan tree shakes loose geckos, their sticky feet failing physics, as they drop onto your shoulders like overripe fruit. One clings to your collar, trembling, until you relocate him to the dry rafters. You double knot the last rope, anchor lines creaking like arthritic joints, while parsing the storm's scent, not the petrichor blessing dry earth, but ozone and dead coral, a metallic tang warning of deeper chaos offshore. The wind shifts, pulling your hair vertical as lightning scribbles behind clouds. Shelves secured, you retreat under the eaves, watching rain erase footprints in volcanic sand. 23. Labeled jars clink softly, their treasures whispering through glass, while hermit crabs commandeer your abandoned stool. The frigatebird overhead tucks wings, finally fleeing, as thunder answers the sea's growl. You press a palm against tin roofing, feeling the sky's artillery soften into steady patter. Warmth spreads where gecko feet tickled your neck, the storm exhaling its first proper breath. Somewhere beyond the reef, waves roll treasures back into the abyss, readying new gifts for tomorrow's salvage. The last label surrenders, its ink bleeding into a watercolor bloom. As you peel it carefully, blotting rain with your sleeve. Sleep tugs at your eyelids, coaxed by the rhythm of drops on breadfruit leaves a lullaby in triple time. Your hammock sways in the sudden calm, mosquito net billowing like a jellyfish. As you count frigatebird shadows between lightning flashes, 4, 5, 6 each fleeing inland for better gossip. Dawn will bring fracture assessments, driftwood rearranged by tantrum tides. But for now, the repaired whelk shell hums low in its tin, a warped lullaby threading through the storms afterward. The storm's tantrum leaves glassy puddles in its wake, reflecting sky as it purples toward true dark. Your sandals squelch, volcanic grit each step, releasing the lagoon's trapped breath ozone and wet frangipani hanging thick. Venus pierces the haze first, a diamond scratch above Hapai's silhouette. Polynesian navigators called it Ta'ero, steady cousin to the wandering stars, though 16th century Europeans argued for decades whether it was one light or 5 masquerading. You balance a black pearl on your palm, its oily curve catching the planet's twin, a brightness undimmed by 400 years of human squabbles. Necklace orchids cling to the banyan, releasing night scent as you sweep damp petals off shell trays. The repaired whelk shell survived its tin nest, beeswax glue gleaming under first starlight. 19th century sailors swore these spiral homes sang origin stories. If held to the ear during high tide, though yours remains mum, you settle cross-legged on damp pandanus mats, 317 shells awaiting alignment. Local lore claims only a storm-bruised horizon can charge pearl compasses properly, hence tonight's star map urgency. Truth is typhoon season flings logistics out to sea along with your calendar. But still, you whisper the old ritual words, Fanongo, mai to the rising sky. Mosquito netting billows around your workspace, turned ghost longline by moonlight, snagging elbows as you space trochus shells like star markers. 7 arms lengths north, 16 pearl-lined stitches from Orion's belt. Historians still argue whether ancient Tongans tracked true constellations or just their reflections in tidal pools. A bead of sweat rolls down your temple, dripping onto the black pearl Venus, doubling momentarily in the wet lens. 5 freckle-faced cone shells, arranged as the Southern Cross, wobble as geckos dart underneath. Polynesian star readers used concave pearl shells as sextants, calculating angles between horizon and Arcturus, while their heirs now rely on GPS the size of a thumb. You mimic their posture, pearl to eye, horizon to star, leaning until your spine protests. 38 minutes until the Pleiades rise. If the trade winds, let the sky stay clear. Twin shoot stars streak westward, one green, one gold. The black pearl warms in your grip as you pivot shells clockwise, their moon shadows stretching like Kraken ink. Victorian collectors would have traded entire estates for this pearl's gleam, little knowing it came from a crabbed old oyster in Fangiuta's muck, not some jeweled grotto. You rub its surface with salt water, watching Venus shiver, then sharpen in response. Clouds thin to frayed silk, letting Antares bloom scarlet through the weave. Your finger hovers over the last gap, where a tiger cowrie should anchor the western array. 9th century Arab traders believed Venus dimmed when nearing pearls, proof of celestial jealousy toward ocean gifts. Tonight they glow identical, 2 sisters across a dark mirror. A night heron croaks from the mangroves, reminder of unfinished business as you adjust spindle shells into haphazard longitude. Tuba crabs emerge, their bubble shells catching starlight sapphire flecks in the gloom. 17th century Dutch naturalists drew these crustaceans, holding tiny flags, claiming they colonized beaches for Amsterdam, though you've yet to spot their miniature dikes. The black pearl rolls suddenly, escaping moist fingers to thud on the mat. Venus winks at you upside down, a cosmic tease, while your spine groans from bending. Historians feud over whether traditional Tongan compasses used star angles or dolphin migration paths. Your aching muscles vote for dolphins. Trade winds riffle coconut husks, scattering your pearls twin into shards. You lick a salt crust off your wrist, tasting storm remnants, as a fruit bat flops drunkenly through the breadfruit tree. 8-3 shells aligned, 20-some squinting for placement, their phosphorescent barnacles gleaming like failed constellations. Lightning lingers on the horizon, nova flares in miniature as mosquitoes whine toward your ankles. You're certain Orion just adjusted his belt, half a degree north, but concede fatigue may warp celestial truths. 24 steps behind you, the hammock sways empty, its usual invitation muted by unfinished charts. At last, the tiger cowrie clicks into place, completing the star compass with a Sanskrit chorus. 4,000 years of navigators sigh in unison, probably exasperated by your amateur asterisms. Venus dips toward the waves, her reflection bobbing in the black pearl's belly. As you slump back onto creaking mats, mosquito net descends, a jellyfish engulfing starlight, while the lagoon hisses against volcanic rock. All 87 shell points weep condensation, your star compass dissolving into morning long before dawn. You pocket the black pearl, its warmth lingering against your thigh, a stolen planet for tomorrow's pocket. Far offshore, a fishing lantern sways, red pinprick mocking your landlocked charting. Its crew navigates Rijeka-built radars, not spiral shells. Yet still you whisper promises to Venus as crickets take up their shrilling. Sleep comes like a rogue wave, swamping plans to realign the southern markers, dragging you under to dream of upside-down constellations winking through salt crust. Midnight oil clings to your lashes, thick as squid ink, while the lamp's wick sputters a protest. Your logbook lies mortgaged to fatigue, pages warped by damp and determination. 87 shell entries waiting for their final bow. Historians still argue whether Egyptian scribes cursed their papyrus half this much, or just hired better lamp tenders. As you smear charcoal across a vortex sketch, 3 geckos oversee your work from the rafters, tiny judges in iridescent robes, their tails curled like apostrophes mocking your commas. The inkwell gleams with last week's kava brew, a shortcut your Tongan ancestors might have forgiven, or at least chalked up to colonial contamination. You dip the nib, its scratch against paper echoing through the hushed hut, a sound 17th century naturalists called the devil's fingernail in field journals. Frangipani pollen dusts the entry margins, golden graffiti on ruled lines. As you sketch the black pearl's curve from memory, its weight had warmed your palm hours ago, when Venus drowned itself in the western waves. But now fatigue turns hands into fishermen's nets, all clumsy gaps and trembling. A raindrop splats onto the vortex's center, blurring spirals into storm clouds. 19th century botanists would have framed this as accidental artistry. Your pencil falters mid-rib count on a spindle shell notation, leaving the 317th entry looking like a drunk centipede. Polynesian navigators used such spirals to chart whirlpools, or so missionary logs claimed, though you suspect drunk centipedes played a role too. The lamplight wanes gnawed by shadows creeping from the bamboo walls, as mosquitoes whine hymns to your ankles. Press a frangipani bloom between pages 86 and 87, its bruised lavender scent merging with kerosene fumes. Cook Islanders once believed midnight pressed flowers trapped wandering spirits, a factoid Uncle Feek shared between kava rounds, while Kinnikini insists it's just good pest control. The petals crisp instantly, leaving silhouette stains like tiny haunted islands. Nibs snap, because of course they do, when you label the tiger Cowries' moonlit stripes. Victorian collectors would have fainted at this desecration. Their ostrich-plumed hats hitting marble floors, while you spit coconut husk fibers into the binding glue. Another rain blotch blooms beside your thumbprint, turning iridescent growth rings into iridescent grown rings, which feels fitting. The repaired lightning whelk glares from its display tray, beeswax repair gleaming like a poorly concealed scar. 9th century Persian traders believed glued shells invited marina curses, hence their gold-stitched repair techniques. But your budget says beeswax wins. You flick a retreating ant off its spire, wondering if 87 shells constitute an archive or just coastal hoarding. Trade winds riffle the logbook's edge, trying to turn the page prematurely. A cheeky move from unseen currents. Dutch sailors documented similar wind teasing during spice route voyages, their logs complaining of malicious airs, while you just weight the corners with pebbles from last week's storm. Venus has long absconded, taking her star compass accuracy with her, leaving you with wonky longitude lines. Sweat drips onto the vortex again, diluting smudged charcoal into Rorschach puddles, one vaguely resembling Uncle Feek's nose. Midnight humidity glues pages together like misplaced postage stamps, a stark contrast to Alexandria's desert-preserved scrolls. Not that you're comparing. 3 more labels to go, each shell's name written slower than turtle migrations, as geckos commence their inch-long synchronized snoring. You pause at entry 87, the black pearl's ink outline, its oily sheen impossible to capture on paper. 16th century jewelers claimed moonlight could polish pearls better than silk, a belief proven false by your smudged rendition. But still, you shade its curve 3 extra times. The lamp gasps its last, flame shrinking to a peppercorn glow, just as you dot the final I in Fangiuta Lagoon. Darkness rushes in lukewarm and velveteen, while mosquitoes regroup for a final campaign. Close the logbook slowly, its spine sighing like beach sand underfoot, trapping 87 lives between pressed petals and bad decisions. Blow out the lamp, charred wick smell merging with night-blooming jasmine, as thunderhead lightning flickers beneath the horizon. Midnight oil stains bloom beneath your fingertips, indigo fingerprints on rag paper, claiming this corner as their permanent residency. That vortex sketch now resembles a cyclone scene from orbit, or perhaps a cinnamon roll gone rogue. Either way, it's sealed under a frangipani petal shroud. Your hammock sways empty invitations, buoyed by salt-tanged breezes, waiting to swallow you into dreamless surf. Fruit bats bicker over breadfruit as you shelve the logbook, cramming it between Aldabra, tortoise monographs, and a half-empty honey jar. Historians will someday argue whether that smudge represents intentional symbolism or sleep-deprived clumsiness. Let them bicker over coffee cups in climate-controlled libraries. For now, the lagoon's lullaby rises through floorboards, wrapping around your ankles like a silty ghost. Dawn licks the eastern waves with apricot light, too early for apologies, as you collapse into the hammock's cotton embrace. 87 shells rest, catalogued, their stories pressed between floral bookmarks, while the black pearl digs a half-moon into your thigh through pocket fabric. Trade wines riffle the hut's eaves in approval or mockery. It's hard to tell at this hour. Sleep comes not as a wave this time, but as anchor chain sinking through still water, pulling you down into warm silt and silence. Your eyelids feel lead-sealed as dawn's heat presses through the mosquito net, its gauzy veil dotted with last night's fruit bat visitors. 87 jars stand at attention on the driftwood shelf, their glass bellies holding tide-polished lives, lids screwed tight against the rising wetness in the air. One lid sticks, because why wouldn't it? Your palms squeaking against the glass like a disgruntled dolphin. Scientists confirmed last year that ancient Mesopotamians waterproofed clay pots with bitumen, a trick you now envy as humidity beads on your third retightening attempt. The jars sweat condensation tears, fogging labels you inked hours ago. Panther Cowrie 14, now bleeding into Panther Cowrie Iscornflake. A gecko detaches from the ceiling, landing on jar 87 with a soft plop, its tail curling around the black pearl's temporary home. Drop into the hammock, its frayed ropes groaning like old ship rigging as trade winds push through the hut's slatted windows. Someone once wrote that Tang Dynasty nobility buried dream jars under moonlit willows, encasing nightmares in porcelain. But your shelving feels less poetic when an elbow crab scuttles from your discarded sandal. Historians still argue whether Minoan pithy storage jars stored olives or oligarch secrets. Meanwhile, your peanut butter jar, repurposing, feels positively sacred. Memory glass catches the first true light, throwing prism fractals onto the far wall, a disco ball for hermit crabs. The repaired lightning whelk glowers from its display tray, beeswax scar gleaming under dawn's audit as you press a palm over sleep-starved eyes. 9th century Persian sailors believed glued objects disrupted sea spirit navigation. Hence their applique gold leaf over cracks. Though you doubt, the ghosts mind your thrift store epoxy. A coconut husk crunches under the hammock's sway, releasing fermented sweetness, a scent your nose logs as Monday regrets. Frangipani petals speckle the floorboards, blown in from yesterday's pressing, project their edges crisping into botanical ash. Polynesian lore claims night-blooming flowers absorb whispering ghosts, a quirk Kinnikini tested by stuffing them into his snorkel mask last summer with mixed results. Your toes graze a roll of label tape, its adhesive sacrificed to the humidity god, curled like a dead shrimp. 3 fruit bats resume their breadfruit debate outside, squeaky pivots cutting through tidal hush as you mentally apologize to the jar's future archivists. Dew seeps through the netting, cool dots marching across your forearm as gecko shadows patrol the ceiling. That black pearl presses against your thigh, smooth as a miniature event horizon. its weight whispering vatilos, hunt near Tofua's brine caves. Dutch still life painters would have staged it dramatically between lemons and skulls. But you just tuck it into the moss-lined cleft of the driftwood shelf. The hammock rocks counterclockwise, copying lagoon currents, its cotton weave imprinting diamonds onto your shoulder blades. You count mosquito bites instead of sheep. 11 on the left ankle, 8 on the right, victory to the port side. 19th century naturalists documented Tongan sleep nets, woven from braided pandanus, 3-layered against night biters, while your nylon imposter barely slows their kamikaze squadrons. A stilt-legged spider picks its way across the frangipani press, dodging petal mines, its leg tips denting paper like micro ballerinas. Jar number 42. The tiger's eye scallop fogs up first, betraying its brine content like a mood ring. Dawn stretches shadows into creatures, the banyan root becoming a many-kneed beast, the water jug transforming into a stout monk. Historians will someday debate whether your ink smudges denote Saharan dust layers or sheer exhaustion. Let them gnaw that bone in air-conditioned lecture halls. For now, the tide exhales, lifting the hammock's swing as your spine unkinks one vertebra per rock. Ants discovered the banana breadcrumbs, exact replicas of yesterday's siege lines, forming highways toward your stolen nap. Your fingers find the repair seam on the lightning whelk, tracing its waxy ridges. Half blind in the blue-gray light, Cook Islanders whispered that spirits enter through broken shells, hence their ritual ocean burials. Though you figure anything sneaking through this glue deserves citizenship. Humidity swells the logbook's spine visibly, its pages puffing like a toad's throat, trapping 87 entries between floral pressings and squid ink regrets. That vortex sketch looks sinister now, like a galaxy digesting itself under the frangipani petal you'd stuck as a band-aid. Palm fronds scratch the corrugated roof, nature's ASMR track, as your toes grow roots into the hammock's weave. 19th century opium den loungers might relate to this sway, this velvet surrender, though your only smoke is coconut husk smolder from next door. Gecko snores vibrate through the shelf bracket, a purr you'd pay 10 cowrie shells to record, as the first fishing canoe carves silence beyond the reef. Jar number 7, the triple sunrise cowrie, catches a sunbeam spilling peach light onto the termite-chewed floorboards. Dreams arrive as silt, slow and granular, burying the day's sharp edges. Trade wind lifts the netting, brushing your forehead like a mother-of-pearl whisper as mosquitoes retreat from the rising heat. 87 shells murmur beneath their glass skies, spirals aligned, lips sealed waiting for your return from the undertow. Dawn winds unopposed as your breath sinks to the tide's centuries-old metronome. Ocean hums the final lullaby, its verses etched in every shell's curve, and you sink anchorless into the dark, warm place where all collectors dissolve. Breathe deep as heat thickens the net's veil into honey. each slow blink smudging 87 jars into a single glow. Their glass curves cradle the tide's small poems, lids holding fast against the clinging air. Let the gecko's weight anchor you, its tiny heart drumming against the black pearl's jar as the hammock mimics the lagoon's patient sway. Dawn paints shadows gentler now, the banyan root a sleeping giant, the water jug a round-faced moon. No more lid battles, no ink stains, just the trade wind combing through palm fronds, humming low under gecko snores. Jar number 7 catches a sunbeam spilling apricot light across your tired feet, like warm sand welcoming weary bones. Feel the black pearl's warmth press your thigh smooth as a well-worn pebble, carrying tales from fathoms deep. Those Dutch painters with their skulls and lemons never knew this piece. This quiet kernel of salt and shell, the repaired whelk rests, beeswax scar cooled, its spiral a lullaby carved in calcium. Those old sailors fretted over glued cracks and sea spirits. But here, the ghosts sway with you, tangled in hammock ropes, threaded through frayed mosquito nets. Tide exhales, lifting your ribs with each swell, as 87 shells hum beneath glass skies, spiral upon spiral, curve upon curve, all whispering the same truth. Release. Let gravity pull your palm from the whelk's seam, fingertips softening into cotton weave. No more counting bites or battling brine. Let labels bleed. Let historians debate smudged ink in distant rooms. Hear only the ants' quiet procession, the spider's careful dance, the coconut husk sweetness lulling your temples. Trade wind combs your hair back, a mother of pearl touch, as the fishing canoes glide soundless past the reef. Jar fog clears, tiger's eye scallop and panther cowrie, blurring into watercolor, their edges sinking into warm gloom. Breath sinks, slow as coral growth, deep as the dark between stars. Feel it, that silent tug, the undertow that knows your shape, your weight, your every fracture polished smooth. Dreams come as soft as frangipani ash now, each petal a whisper against your cheek. Even the mosquitoes relent, leaving only the gecko's purr, vibrating through wood grain, through marrow, through the moss cleft where the pearl nestles. Ocean's oldest song seeps through bamboo walls, wrapping every cell in kelp-thick quiet. You melt, not sinking, but unfolding, like salt in warm water, until even the hammock's creak becomes tide, becomes breath, becomes nothing at all. Dark warmth cradles you, an echo chamber of spirals, where 87 shells and one weary keeper dissolve into the same salt-spun dream. The reef holds its breath, and dawn watches patient as you slip beyond all treasure.